female 25, returned from a month-long trip, and my roommate, female 22, has moved all of her things into my room and has been living there with no intention of switching back.
What?
So, I moved into this flat about 8 months ago. I met Lana online on a roommate website, and we clicked well. She's a bit younger, but seemed mature. We quickly agreed to be roommates. Both of us were under time constraints to find a place to live, but have gotten on really well so far. Up until this. Our flat is a 2-bedroom, and to be frank, my room is clearly better. It is bigger and has built-in wardrobes. We pay more too. When looking for the flat, I found the place first on my own and put down a deposit to take it off the market while I found another roommate. The flat was perfect, cheap rent, and my aunt manages the property, so I was keen to snap it up before anyone else did. The area it's in is popular, so I wasn't worried about not finding someone to room with. Because of the above, and that I was there first, I took the bigger room, naturally. When showing potential roommates, including Lana, around, I was sure to show her the smaller room and say, this will be your room. We moved in 8 months ago, and it's been happy families. Never heard Lana complain about her room. Because I have about 6 times the wardrobe space she does, I told her she's welcome to store her off-season clothes in there, or whatever she wants to store, as long as she's not popping in every morning to get dressed. I was happy with this. Just over a month ago, I went shopping. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of having people in my room, but I told Lana if she had someone stay, her sister or friends from home, she was united. She said thanks. She's a great roommate and really happy. I came back yesterday. I was exhausted from the flight and travel, and just wanted to relax. As I walked in, Lana was in the living room with her boyfriend. We said hello and hugged, had a very quick catch-up, blah, blah, blah. Then I dragged my suitcase into my room and opened the door and found it full of stuff that was not mine. I kind of yelled, what the fuck? And briefly thought I was so jet-lagged I was completely Lana's room and saw all my stuff. Oh, absolutely not. Like, she literally didn't even mention it to you. She just let you come home and, like, discover. Oh, God, that is so awkward. I feel like she brought her boyfriend there as a backup. You gave her an inch and she took a bite. But it is one thing to, like, sleep there once in a while, which is already an invasion of privacy, but then to just stay there, that's... I walked into the living room and asked Lana what was going on, and she said, oh, sorry. We put my stuff in the room just to be bigger, and you weren't here, and you said I could use it. Okay, but if that's the case, then we move the stuff out. We also, like, maybe let our roommate know that we're doing this and make sure it's okay first. I was honestly so tired, I could have passed out then, so I probably wasn't in the best state. I told her to move it all back immediately. She said they were in the middle of making dinner, and I looked tired, so I should have a sleep. Her boyfriend then said, and anyway, you pay the same rent, so it was fair that you both get the big room at some point. Okay, so her boyfriend got it. Remember what I said about her bringing her boyfriend's backup? The thing is that she moved in knowing that you guys pay the same amount of rent. She shouldn't have agreed to take that room if she wasn't okay with the price. I'm assuming you guys like signed a lease and everything. I was getting very frustrated and I could feel tears welling up, hysterical from lack of sleep. So I just said, deal with it tomorrow and it's getting moved back. And then I went to sleep, not in my room. I also kind of like seemingly the person that owns the building, the landlord.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, manages the property. Yeah. I've woken up now and I'm so pissed off. Lana's at work. I'm sorry, I'm just like thinking to myself that you should move her stuff back. So I can't talk to her, but what should I do when she's home? I mean, you should move her stuff back into her room. Move her stuff out onto the lawn for all I care. I feel like this is gonna turn into an argument. I don't think it'll be as simple as, okay, let's swap, now you're home. Edit. I've taken the advice of most of the people on this thread and I moved my stuff back. It's taken an hour and never. But I think if I left it another night, it would be a real problem. I sent her a text when I was almost done, in case she picked up a call or anything. Say hi, Lana. Having a nice day. No, but no, my stuff. decided because her boyfriend got in her ear and said I should be paying more in rent for this. Middle of the lease, and we had agreed to certain amounts in rent. She can't actually legally ask me to do that, which is what I said. The moment I said she legally can't ask me to do that, I swear to God, this girl almost punched me. She like lunged at me, and that's when I decided to move on. So it's difficult to say how she will handle this, to be honest, but quite frankly, she cannot legally ask you to switch rooms. She agreed to take the room that you gave her. I'll be talking to her when she gets in because this is so out of character for her. To the point of it being bizarre. She's never been anything but a model roommate, so I'm gonna give her a chance before we were done. If she wants to be reasonable and have a chat about rent portions, I'm happy to do that. Exactly. Like if you're like some type of way with the rent portion, you're getting a bigger room so you should pay more, then that's a discussion that like you should have. Moving your stuff out and arguing that, oh, you should share the bigger room because you're paying the same in rent. That's no. We've never had a problem with the rent. And honestly, I've never had unlimited rent in the house in any place I've ever lived in, whether I had the bigger room or smaller room. But a lot of people here are saying it's the norm, so I'm open to talking about it if she's not ridiculous. Okay, so as you know, I just tell her I moved my stuff out. Fine, whatever, but she didn't kick off. So I figured we were okay. I told my aunt what happened. It was as fast as all of you. I told her it's probably all sorted and just leaving her in. I also told my boyfriend, who works about 5 minutes down the road. He offered to come around in case Lana's boyfriend came around, but I told him not to because then we're getting up on Lana. He insisted on going for a coffee with his maid a couple roads away in case we needed backup, which is a bit ridiculous but very cute. It's not ridiculous. It's like it's something very small, but like having backup. You never know, right? Like even if you have a list of things to get kind of sketchy. I did get myself a glass of wine for Lana, nothing room service. I was like, I was silent and her came for during the whole time. I was jagged head, I tried to and I not and I said, what? Yeah, of course. Different wine, different wine, and she dropped her bag and ran to the bathroom. I could hear her talking on the phone, so I was like, yippee, I guess mom's coming around. I heard the door unlock, and I was about to go full halt on how psycho she is when she came out of the door and stood between our bedrooms. Their doors are adjacent, and she just stared between them both, breathing heavily. It was really odd. Then I noticed she was crying and getting a bit panicky, so I asked what was going on. She burst into tears and said, oh my God, he's going to kill me, and sobbed. So yeah, it was her boyfriend's idea completely, as a lot of us suspected. She's honestly always been a friend of mine, which is why I came to the sub. If she was genuinely a butthead, I would have known how to act. Anyway, I wanted to do a bit of a breakdown. Turns out, POS and how I've always been a bit of a POS, very jealous, but Lana never apart from a few group texts. I'm not entirely sure what we do about them. Lana sounds like she wants to break up, judging by her crying and screaming.
I hate him, I hate him, I hate him.
For one. I think she's crazy. I checked with her and he doesn't have it. That's a relief. Yeah, it's a very unfortunate and scary situation. I've told my aunt everything and she said she's happy to ban him from the flat. But Lana would need to break up. Especially because I would be really uncomfortable with having him over as well. In general. Like, not just for your roommate, but also because of you. I not ending well, but we do have an update 2 months later, and it gets juicy. Shortly after my last post, Lana broke up with Tom. She was quite scared to do it because he's a psycho, and it took 2 weeks between the last post and the actual breakup. During that time, she didn't let him come around or see her. Luckily, she remembered Tom and never had chickenpox as a kid, so we pretended my nephew had caught chickenpox and had to stay with us because my brother's wife had never had it and couldn't risk getting the shingles. It worked, and he stayed away. She told her family and close friends about what he'd been like, and then texted him saying she wanted to break up. Well, he blew the frick up, called her every name under the sun, switched back to apologizing and saying she was the love of his life, and then said she'd never find someone like him. Like, for better or worse. Then he would die without her, and they would be etc., etc. It was insane. He started messaging me too, telling me I was the evil B word who ruined his perfect wife. Lol, K. Her family and friends got messages. We both turned off our phones to ignore it and just watched TV. Later, I briefly switched mine on and my friends telling me to block me on my social media. He was still calling me every time I told him you could think of, all over my phone. Didn't want to go to court. I don't blame her. She was arrested. So 2 weeks ago, I took my aunt and her out for dinner. I told them both about the situation. She manages about 30 properties, not just one, that were unoccupied, with school finishing. She told me she would show us around all the 2 bedrooms she had. We can live in any of them for the same rent we pay now. Oh, what a legend. And just transfer over our deposit and fees. As long as there were dead the next tenant. We found one within a 5-minute drive that's just as lovely, and to anyone concerned about the previous rent dispute, has equally sized bedrooms. So we moved. It really sucks that it had to get to this point. Like, that's super inconvenient. I wish people could just like take me in, you know? Which is why the last 2 weeks have been manic, but we're settled in now. Tom has now been informed we moved because the stuff he sent has been returned. Lana and I are completely no contact with him, and anyone who visits the church should not pass on our address. Also, I apologize to Lana about the issue. Same amounts of rent. She said she never had a problem with it, and that's how she always done it for me and my roommates. She refused to take money from me, but I decided I will be funding the weekly flat once. It's been a long month, and even though my family can't pay it, things are great now. Let's all pray I have a calmer living situation from now on. Fingers crossed for you, Bessie. Tom is a scary guy. I'm glad that you didn't need to call in backup. I mean, you kind of did with the police. And I'm glad that it wasn't Lana, and that you guys were able to work it out yourselves. and wondering if I'm gonna wake up. So insane. Like, so am I the a-hole or is everyone around you? You don't know the full story. If they know you're okay with it and think that you should like get out of him, you've known your whole life, and even if it was, I'm gonna have nightmares just like thinking about this. I think it goes without saying that this situation, I'd want nothing to do with him or anybody else somehow makes what he did okay. You're not the a-hole. My girlfriend of 1.5 years just broke up with me to be with my roommate. I just heard as the title says, we broke up. It was about 6 months ago, and it was semi-amicable. We broke up because she was developing feelings for my roommate. Admittedly, they are more compatible, and he's an upgraded version of me, so I can see why it happened.
Let your boyfriend stop you from finding your husband.
This isn't an evil thing. Both asked my permission to start dating, and don't do PDA while I'm around. I still consider them friends, and I just want them to know. For the most part, they're quiet. If I were to listen, I would hear what's going on, but they generally save it when they're upset. Last night, we went out to the bar for his birthday, and they got pretty drunk. I was the lady because I don't really drink. Anyway, last night we got home at close to 2 a.m. and we all went to bed. I made sure they both got into bed, put water, Advil, and buckets out just in case. I then had sleeping bags out and did the same. As I was brushing my teeth, my ex walked in, hugged me, and said she was sorry. She thanked me for always being so nice and promised to help me find a new girlfriend when I was ready. When I finally got to bed, I could hear muffled talking, mostly about how great the night was. Then it got quiet. Then it started. I don't know how long it lasted, but it was louder than normal. I've been okay with the breakup until now. I'm glad they're happy, but last night I fell asleep crying. Oh, bestie. This is sad. I woke up this morning, made breakfast for everyone, and started to eat. significant. This is one thing that how to break up with your boyfriend in 10 seconds. That's my boyfriend has a close female friend who blatantly dislikes me. so obvious when they come to this essay. Like, it's just so in your face. Coming from someone who has like anxious attachment, you're just like constantly looking for threats. I think that's why I like developed like a sense of humor, because like I realized that if I was funny, people would like me more. But it has also resulted in me like being hyper focused and like hypersensitive to when people don't like me. She came into the bar all excited to see my boyfriend before noticing me. Her entire demeanor changed. She shook my hand and dug her nails into my skin before ignoring me for the rest of the night. Dug her nails into your skin. Ouch, Dr. Fauci. She even seemed upset at one point that I took the seat beside my boyfriend and quietly left halfway through the evening without saying goodbye. So, it's safe to say my first impression of her wasn't good. But I tried to reason with myself that not everyone is wrong, and I don't need to be friends with my boyfriend's friends. You don't, but it was nice. However, as time passed, it became really clear that Nell's attitude toward me wasn't improving. She likes him. She likes him. She had a way of openly mocking me in front of groups of people, making side comments or loudly joking about my voice or appearance. He said he hadn't noticed. Oh, God, they don't believe me. No, I'm telling you, she's a she's nice. She'd also make a show of calling me hello and goodbye and no me. Oh, absolutely not. That's so disrespectful. Body language is really tough. No, this girl hates me. Like, is it like 5 minutes to the let's not know. She mixed that nice stuff in with smiles and like it was just like relate exactly what she's done. I felt very much like I was back in high school. From that point on, I decided I didn't just have to plan my life, but I stopped going to do that. I have to be certain about a year. My boyfriend still continues to do, and I think, I'm sorry, but like the polite thing to do is to be friends with your friends' spouses, whatever. The lack of trying and the lack of what is the problem? I now have to say fancy with dim lights and stuff, not a casual bar. The more I articulate this, rather than keeping it bottled up, the more I think I'm interested in that. Yeah, I'm curious to see where this lands. I think it's very obvious to me that she likes him. Maybe she saw him as kind of like a backup plan or something. Maybe he saw her as a backup plan. Maybe he knows like something that you don't, and that's why he's excusing her behavior. But yeah, I'm curious to know what the update is. First, I'd like to sincerely thank everyone for the kind comments. I didn't expect so many responses, and I appreciate them all. I want to provide everyone with an update because a few days ago, after a lot of soul searching, I decided the best thing to do for me would be to walk away from the relationship. I sat my boyfriend down and talked to him about it. I explained I always felt like a third wheel in my own relationship, and that for my own happiness, I didn't want to be in a relationship that made me feel that way anymore. I gave examples to him that I did in my original post, such as his lack of boundaries with Mel and his disinterest in standing up for me whenever she mocked me. I also set my trust in him, had he wrote it to the point where I wasn't sure what it really was. I told myself cared about him and wanted him to be happy, but I wanted him to be. My boyfriend silently sat for a while before asking, so if he likes Nell so much, just go ahead and be with her. This is one of those things that's like, this is the girl he told you not to be with. I felt like he barely processed it. That's not what this is about. This is about his female friend treating you badly and him seemingly being okay with it. My boyfriend planned a road trip with me, 24 female, and his 3 friends. I have been uninvited. For starters, my boyfriend and I have been dating for 4 years. Our anniversary was in April, and we had planned to do a road trip for it. Obviously, that couldn't happen. Last month, he brought up the idea of a road trip with me, his friends, 24 female and 24 male, and his friend's girlfriend, 24 female. This would be happening next week. I thought this was a good idea, as I'm friends with his male friend and his girlfriend, but not necessarily his male friend. To tell you the truth, I've always been really wary of their relationship. About her. I guess my boyfriend just doesn't want me there, but is fine with someone he dislikes. I feel so left out, as if I was made to believe I was part of this friendship group, and none of them have even asked why I'm not going. This is bizarre. I don't know if I misconstrued the situation and made a big deal out of nothing, but I'm incredibly hurt by this, as it's not exactly fair she gets to go when I can't. I'm planning on talking to him about it tomorrow, but I just want to get advice. I fail to understand why it's not like a guy's trip. It's not like oh, it's just a boy. Or like, oh, it's just, like friends. Wow. I honestly feel kind of weird that there are other girls there, but you won't be there. Like, I understand boys needing a guy's night, and you're not invited. But boys needing a trip where there will be other women there, and they don't want your girlfriend to be there. after posting this. Turns out he didn't want to tell me that his friend's girlfriend despises me. Well, fuck her then. Why is he not standing up for you? That's so bizarre. Like, that is literally like, if she despises you, then why do you want to go and hang out with her? I was shocked at this, as when we've been around her, she's been nothing but nice to me. He showed me a private message she sent him, and she demanded I didn't go on the trip. She also told him I was cheating on him. I was really shocked, so I messaged her, and she said that she was uncomfortable with her boyfriend being around me, as I was really flirty around him the last time we hung out. Oh, weird. That's absolutely not true. If I was being flirty, don't you think my boyfriend would have saw that? Plus, I have enough respect for my boyfriend that I absolutely would not do that ever. My boyfriend's told me stories in the past about how his friend's girlfriend is very controlling and paranoid about other girls and won't even let them have female friends. It doesn't really matter though. Like, it doesn't really matter how she feels about you. He honestly should not have gone on this trip at all, or even like agreed to it. Like, that's bizarre. I didn't think that she'd act that way with me. The only thing I can think of is when we last hung out, I accidentally touched his leg as we were at a cramped booth together. So she's definitely reaching. Also, during that night, she'd made a huge deal about him messaging another girl, so much that we had to leave early and she demanded to go home. My boyfriend kept what she sent to himself, as he didn't want to cause any more rifts. He only has the 2 friends. He made the excuse up to not hurt my feelings. I get it, I do, but I'm an adult and I can handle someone disliking me. He thought he was sparing my feelings, but why he thought I would be more hurt by someone I barely know disliking me than being essentially uninvited from our anniversary trip is beyond me. No. Like, grow a pair. Seriously? Like, it just kind of sounds like he puts his friends before you, and like in some circumstances that might be okay, but not in this circumstance.
You okay?
No!
It feels as if he took her side. I know he hates confrontation, and that's fine. Well, he's got confrontation now. I want a boyfriend who can stand up for me. He doesn't know her, for God's sake. I'm assuming he didn't want to lose his friend. His girlfriend is very manipulative. To tell you the truth, I also thought he was planning on hooking up with his female friend. With 2 guys and 2 girls going, how could I not think that? I'm not breaking up with him. We talked about it, and he's not going on the trip. He told his male friend the situation, and he's likely going to break up with his girlfriend, as this is the first time she's done this. If anything's unclear, I apologize. It's a crap show. So obviously people are a little annoyed that she's still with him. WTF, he uninvited you because his friend's girlfriend doesn't like you. He didn't even stick up for you. What a spineless son of a bitch. He let her trash talk you. Yeah, and like, I'm guessing this entire trip would have been spent like trash talking you as well, because he was more considerate of her feelings over yours and took her side, literally, and like, he barely even knows this person.
Stranger danger! Stranger danger!
This is not okay. I'm so mad for you. It doesn't matter if she doesn't like you. However, your boyfriend should not uninvite his own girlfriend just because his friend's girlfriend doesn't like you. It's not a good enough reason, honestly. Like, he should have backed out of the trip the moment his friends didn't want you there. Instead, he uninvited you, lied, and covered it up for her. He was planning to go without you. He's not a good boyfriend. What kind of boyfriend prioritizes his friend's girlfriend over his own? That says a lot about him. I would break up with him if I was in your position. OOP says, this is the first time anything like this has happened. We've had a good relationship up until this point. I'm giving him another chance. If he does something else, then I'm obviously leaving. I mean, listen, you always find out if a relationship is worth it when conflicts like these happen. And like, obviously, you know, you're in the honeymoon phase. Like, you've been dating him for a very long time, right? Like, so I have found with regards to relationships that there's always like a weird period of like ex-girlfriends and ex-boyfriends kind of coming out of the woodwork, and friends are kind of being weird because like they either don't like you or whatever, and like there's always this like period of conflict because, you know, you're trying to figure out where you fit in each other's lives, and like all of a sudden there's this like new person, the girlfriend or boyfriend, and whether or not you can get past that period is an indication of whether or not the relationship will last. Because at the end of the day, your boyfriend or girlfriend has to choose you. Otherwise, it's not worth it. He didn't choose you, babe. So let me get this straight. It was easier to essentially lie to you, saying it's just him and his friends. Then when you saw the group chat, he continued to keep you in the dark, leading you to believe he may potentially cheat on you. And then, when you finally confronted him, he told you his friend's girlfriend was talking crap about you and he did nothing to stand up for you. Instead, he decided to make you look like an idiot and disinvite you, bending over backwards for someone else's girlfriend. And you're okay with that? OOP responds, this comment made me sad. Yeah, when you lay it out like that, like he did a lot of really shady things. It wasn't just a matter of like, oh, you know, feelings, blah, blah, blah. Like, he lied and went and did things behind his back, did a bunch of these things, and did not care whether or not it would hurt his feelings. Tried to make himself seem like a good person. Oh my God, I want to protect this random girl's feelings at my own girlfriend's feelings expense. Like that. One small and relevant update. I broke up with him. I've been reading the comments on both posts, and I came to the realization I'm unhappy and it isn't going to change unless I do something. OOP responding to how one commenter made her decide to leave the relationship. You hit the nail on the head there. Obviously, that one single comment didn't change my viewpoint so drastically, but really see this whole situation in a different light. I realized I simply could not move on from this. Yeah, this subreddit is notorious for telling people to break up, but what else was I supposed to do? He broke my trust, and I don't always want to feel second best to his friends. And not just his friends. He protected the feelings of someone he's barely even friends with over your feelings. When all he had to do was be like,
No, if she's not going, then I'm not going to go on the trip. You guys go.
like, it's not that difficult. What the frick? And furthermore, you're a girl that doesn't like you. Like, almost spend time with someone who openly hates your girlfriend? Like, shut the fuck up. Get out of here. I have to be in a relationship where I'm unhappy. Yeah, it's notorious to sort of jump to conclusions. It's easy for us to say it's not our relationship, but I think in this case, the dude is fine. He doesn't care about your feelings. He doesn't stick up for you. Don't we all want a spouse that, like, does that for us? We want a spouse that will, like, in a situation where our honor is being called into question, that they would defend it. I don't think that that's too much to ask. And if your partner isn't willing to, like, defend your honor, after she demanded to approve my outfit. Hey everybody, welcome back. My 29 female and Kate, 28, has a boyfriend, Jamie, 29, whom she's been with for nearly 3 years. We met Jamie on a night out, and I would say that although he's Katie's boyfriend, I consider him a friend. We share interest in a particular sport that we text about sometimes. And if I have a spare hospitality ticket to one of our sporting fixtures, I will sometimes invite Jamie to go. Okay, my guess is your friend doesn't like that. Jamie's 30th is coming up, and Jamie and Kate planned a big party, and I peripherally helped out with logistics when she asked. A few days ago, Kate texted me. She asked if I wouldn't mind, quote, toning down my look for the party. And if I could send her a picture of what I was planning to wear. Oh, absolutely. No. Unless you have a friend that, like, literally shows up, like, butt naked. You don't have a right to know what people wear. This is giving...
I want my friend to be ugly so that my boyfriend doesn't look at her.
If your immediate effort is to, like, blame the girl, it's a no for me. You should want your friends to look their absolute best. right for you to be special in your own right. That rhymes. I told her that again. If she was so worried I was going to be distracting everyone, I'd rather not come than feel humiliated from now until the event. It literally is giving she wants you to look like you because it makes her feel better about herself. I said I would send her Jamie's gift and she could tell him why I wasn't coming. Yeah, something tells me she's not going to be entirely confident about why you're not coming. I guess she didn't tell him the reason because Jamie messaged me saying he knows I'm booked the night of the party, but he'd really like it if I could be there, and asked if I could reorganize so I could come. I haven't replied, but I got a message from Kate saying she knows Jamie's trying to get me to come, and please could I just put my pride aside and come to the party. If anyone needs to put anything aside, it's Kate. She should be lucky that you would even consider being friends with her at this point because that is messed up. I've ended friendships for much less than this. It's because when I see the red flags, it's like, hey, I'm not gonna let this get worse. I have ended friendships because I was upset that I was getting attention or upset that like I was doing well. I have stopped genuinely talking to those people as much, if not at all. Yeah, this to me is like inconceivable that you would want to continue being friends with someone who could ever feel this way about you.
Inconceivable.
I asked if she was gonna ditch the outfit policing, but she said no. So I said I would not be coming. I think you need to tell her boyfriend that. Maybe it's just the messy in me, but like I don't. She didn't reply, but I've since received a couple of texts from mutual friends saying that while her request is ridiculous, Kate is aware of that. She's just desperate to be seen a certain way, even if it's pathetic. I would probably feel the same way in her shoes. I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. Other people doing well in life and being, beautiful should be like celebrated, not toned down. It has literally nothing to do with you, and it doesn't make you any less beautiful. What does make you less beautiful is how you're behaving against Kate. Other friends I've told who don't know Kate say I should not bow to the pressure and that she's nuts for even asking, and I don't disagree. But I also feel bad for starting the party when it's Jamie's birthday and he asked specifically that I come. So should I be going? How would we know Kate? Doesn't really say. I don't think that you owe her anything. And I understand you're also punishing Jamie, but like, sounds like you're pretty good friends with him, and I think that you might have a right to know why you're not coming. I would want to know that about my partner, so I could just Cativo! Alright, let's look at the comments. Not the a-hole, tell Jamie the truth, just say sorry, but when the choices are giving up my bodily autonomy or giving up the party, the choice is simple. There you go. She'd totally be within her rights to do that, but if she went for actually like, no, girlfriend asked me not to come if I don't let her pre-approve my outfit, and I felt really weird about that, or even like, girlfriend and I have had a disagreement, she asked me not to come, I'll let her fill you in, might be more likely to get a good outcome. Yeah, but then she could literally just lie. Next comment says, I like the second option. It puts the onus on the insecure friend, and she can come clean with the disagreement or dig a deeper hole. She clearly didn't, given the whole story when telling the boyfriend why OP was coming. Yeah, because it's embarrassing. Like, that is embarrassing behavior. So I think it's a nice subtle way to tell him there's more to the story without fully going scorched earth and sending screenshots of the text. I think it's a much more diplomatic and classy way to handle it, at least. I agree with you. Okay, if you want to, leave it more ominous, mysterious, if you will, just go for it. Something tells me that when he finds out, the relationship will end anyway. Okay, so we do have an update. As surprised as I was that so many people said to tell Jamie, I did realize it was the right thing to do. So I texted him and told him Kate was insisting I dress a certain way. Jamie called and explained. A couple of months ago, Jamie and Kate were out with a few of his friends. These same friends that I mentioned in my comments are not friends with Kate, and everyone had a lot to drink. They were talking about how they met their significant others and the story of Jamie and Kate meeting up. Apparently, during the talk of this story, Kate asked Jamie why he decided to kidnap her rather than me, and one of his friends said it was because he knew he didn't have a shot with the hot one. Kate and Jamie, having way too much to drink, explained it in a way that made it sound kind of true. Okay, so listen, that sucks to hear. You want to be chosen first. Like, I get that, but this is just doomed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, this is doomed. He said he didn't notice me that night and thought I was attractive to see me. He said he would never have approached me because he knew he would never have a chance with someone like me. So in that way, his friend was right. He said that speaking to Kate was the absolute best outcome of spending the rest of his life with her. It's extremely hard. Even though she says she's over it, he noticed changes in her behavior that seemed to be related to it. He also admitted that he'd been Just the look with your boyfriend. You're not, like, you can't help the way that you look.
Slay.
If she should be mad at anyone, it should be friends, quite frankly. Kind of a dick move to make you feel that way. The fact that she finally been picked over me, and now it felt like that wasn't true. She apologized for trying to solve her insecurities through me, but also said she wasn't sure she would be able to have me in her life. Ugh. As much as I had been with the way she's been feeling. Ugh. I hate it when people place so much importance on, like, looks, you know? There's more behind love than just the way you look. It's important to be attracted to your partner, but there's always going to be a more beautiful girl, a more handsome man. You have to be in love with the person. Maybe it is better that you guys are not friends. As hurt as I was, I said I understood. She said she still wanted me to come to the party since I'd helped organize it. She'd obviously dropped the absurd dress code, so I will be going to the party. I trust that Kate will communicate her boundaries to Jamie, but I don't plan on inviting him to any more events for the foreseeable future. I'm really sad that I've probably lost a longtime friend over the drunken awkwardness of other people, but I also get that Kate can't help how she feels. And frankly, it's for the best to not be in secret competition. You never, ever, ever want to be in secret competition with a friend. Never. You always want to feel uplifted by the people around you. Sometimes women really can't help it. It's this almost like scarcity mindset that we have, that like being in a friend group or having, you know, colleagues that are better than us at certain things, like it just makes us feel like we're less worthy. And we gotta check ourselves. We cannot be mad at other people for existing and doing well in life. We can't. That's the patriarchy, my friends, making us think that there's only so much to go around. So yeah, I'm hurt, but I'm going to the party. Not a satisfying update, but an honest one. So, small update, which I think is important. Going through these comments has actually brought up a lot of memories that have, in hindsight, made me a bit uncomfortable. And I actually don't think I will end up going to this party. As much as the mutual friends will have questions, and I don't know how much of the truth I will end up telling, I feel too weird right now to continue to be involved in this situation. Alright, let's see what she said. Jamie sounds like a real piece of work with bad taste in friends. So you dodged a bullet. That's not something you should say in front of your partner. Literally. That is like so inappropriate and like quite frankly irrelevant. It's hurtful and it's mean. And like I understand that they don't like Kate, but like it's none of their business. Drunk or not, that is not information that they should have shared. I hope Kate gets out of this relationship before it gets any more serious and you two can mend fences. But either way, be glad he didn't think he had a shot with you and you can just walk away from this whole drama-filled mess. So people in the comments are basically saying that the boyfriend still likes OP. You know, he's kind of bringing things up about,
I didn't have a shot with you, like you're the hot one.
especially, maintaining the friendship the way that he is. I don't know, it could be innocent, but it could not be. And like, knowing the history there, like that's a little odd.
Well, it's true, these guys are just weird.
This is heartbreaking for Kate. You did nothing wrong, and she obviously was out of line with what she was asking of you. But I can't imagine hearing your partner say that would be an easy thing to get over, especially if she's insecure. I mean, yeah, that's a very good point. I still genuinely feel like it's not something that she should be mad at. I can understand why she feels the way she feels. At the same time, it's just I don't want to feel like a competition with friends, like ever. She shouldn't have asked. He shouldn't have said what he did or exposed her to his friends if they have a history of not treating her well. I'm sorry you're losing a good friend over this. I hope she takes a step back from him and you guys patch things up. Their relationship doesn't sound healthy at all. Me personally, and listen, this is my opinion.
That's my opinion!
I don't like to feel like I'm in competition with my friends. The way that the friend feels, Kate feels about OP is that she always feels like she's never picked, which is like a feeling. I've also felt that way. But like, never have I said to my friends that they need to like look less hot. No one wants to know that their partner feels that way. I get why Kate is mad, but she shouldn't be blaming her friend. That's how I feel. I do not want to be in competition with my friends, ever. That is friendship ending for me. So those of you who are like, oh, feel bad for Kate, feel bad for Kate. I do feel bad for Kate. And I'm allowed to change my take kind of as the story goes on, by the way. It sort of seems like sometimes people are like, you picked the wrong person to defend. At the end of the day, me personally, that is friendship ending. Words of affirmation and being uplifted by my friends and people that I love is literally like my love language, okay? It is so important to me. That would be a deal breaker for me, but might not be a deal breaker for other people, and you're entitled to that opinion. So, are you the a-hole for refusing to go to my friend's boyfriend's party after she demanded to approve my outfit? No, you are not. Ever. Ever. I the a-hole for being upset? My best friend didn't tell me she got married until nearly a week later. We got time for one more, right?
Oh, I hope so.
So, my best friend, 20 female, and I, 19 female, have been friends for about 5 years now. And we were recently both pregnant. She's 7 months and I miscarried at the beginning of February. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. It's not fun. She has distanced herself from me since then. Even after I told her that talking, hearing, or being involved in her pregnancy was still perfectly fine with me. But it was almost like mostly radio silence from her, aside from a few small conversations. Her whole pregnancy, she decided she wanted to get a courthouse wedding before she gave birth. She explicitly told me she wanted me to be there when she got married and for her baby shower. Ooh. Her baby shower came first. I wasn't sure what was happening with it because she said she might do 2 in each side of the family, her now husband's family and hers. Until one morning when she texted me a photo of the set of a baby shower / gender reveal. She didn't ask if I wanted to come, didn't tell me when it was, just a photo of the setup the morning of. Then I got a text saying that she was having a girl later that evening. This was a planned party that I heard absolutely nothing about beforehand. After she said she wanted me there, I let it go and didn't want to stress her out in her pregnancy, especially since I wasn't sure if I wasn't just hurt because of my sensitive feelings since it happened 3 weeks after my miscarriage. Next was the courthouse wedding. I found out the day after it happened through Facebook. I can understand her not wanting to hurt your feelings by being involved in anything like baby related. Like I can actually because you said that you don't mind, but like the wedding. No text from her telling me it was happening, no message that it happened that night, nothing. Even the next day. Yeah, because she knows she should have invited you. She got married on the 1st. She just decided to independently tell me today, as if it was just something with the weather changing, and I can't help but feel incredibly hurt. I mean, yeah, I do as well. You clearly consider her a way better friend than she considers you. She did you a favor. I consider her almost like a sister. I've even given her a place to live when she needed it, and I was always there wanting the best for her, and she told me she wanted me there when she got married, but she didn't even tell me herself until almost a week later. I understand it was her day, and it's her choice to who's there, but she called me her best friend. She said I was important to her and she wanted me there, but I didn't even get told by her until a week later. I found out on Facebook with radio silence from her until she told me today. Oh, call her out, babes. Call her out, dude. Absolutely not. She texted saying she wanted me there and that she was going to come pick me up. Still never told me she was going to do this, so I still wouldn't have had any clue that she did come to pick me up. Her work body was there. But she was able to have my parents, sister, another couple, and their kid, and now husband's siblings. We managed to get 7 people together to watch the get married, but couldn't even tell her parents that friend until nearly a week later. It's one thing if she just wanted like her parents there, like that's totally different. Small, intimate. Being upset by this because I don't want to stress her out or hurt her, but this is now 2 major occasions she said she wanted me there for, and I didn't find out until either the last minute or after it's already over. Call her out, babe. Call her out. I'm dead serious. Call her out. This is unacceptable. Like, the fact that she's not feeling like upset by you not being there for these like major events and you are more upset than she is, that's crazy. I thought we were still very close. I've supported her through her sobriety journey and even housed her with my family when she needed it. So I care very deeply for her and I do not want to hurt her. Like I understand you don't want to hurt her, but she wants to hurt you. Being pregnant does not excuse you from like consequences of your actions. I understand you don't want to stuff like that, but at the same time, you don't need to like yell at her. You do need to say something. Or don't. Like, I don't know, like avoid the topic if you need to. But, like, this honestly hurt you. As much as I love the stonewalling and avoidance and stuff like that, I do hate conflict. I recently resolved a conflict, for the most part, where I said how I truly felt after, honestly, like 6 months of like saying nothing. It gave me time to understand why I was upset and I needed to calm down because I also was like left out of things and like wasn't treated as a friend, and that hurt me. I did tell her eventually how I felt, and at least there's no more confusion now. I'm not sure if I feel better because I don't know if things are gonna change. I at least want there to be no confusion about why I was upset and why the friendship kind of like fizzled out. So tell her when you're ready. Maybe wait till after she gives birth or something like that. But you need to tell her. Like you absolutely need to tell her. She acts just as kind and caring, just distance and our interactions seem more and more superficial. How does it take a week to remember telling your best friend you got married? Am I overreacting? No, you're not. She's treating you like you're not a close friend anymore. And that's hurtful because you consider her a very good friend. Top comment says, sounds like she isn't as good of a friend as you thought. Yeah, there you go. It hurts to find that out. Like, it really, really does. But at the end of the day, it's like the person that you're protecting is also the person that hurt you. Maybe take some time, figure out how you want to say it calmly. Always start with, like, I feel hurt. Don't come at it with anger, but, like, you should tell her how you feel. She's not your best friend. Sorry. Yeah, this is inconceivable for me. This is sadly the age when childhood friends pass into acquaintances. I'd recommend that you go out into the world and look for more friends. This girl will probably come back to you when she needs you again. I didn't want to say it, but you need to find friends who put similar amount of work into their friendships. It hurts a lot to find out that the person that you love, like a sibling, doesn't feel the same. Sending you hugs. Yes, big hugs. Big hugs. It happens. I get it. It really sucks. Like, it's almost worse than like a breakup, like a romantic breakup. When this happens with someone that you really, really care about as a friend, it's really, really hard to get over, especially when you've known them for so long. Like, it's so tough. I definitely empathize with you. Sometimes friendships fizzle out, sometimes they end. You should talk to them. Come tell us what happened. So are you overreacting? No. Subscribe! These entitled people gave me an attitude. My boyfriend, 28, found out how much money I, 28, have. He wants me to pay off a house for us, as well as a new car, and fund a trip for him to go abroad. Should I end it? I need some context, but someone like I want to make it clear that I've always spent money on my boyfriend, buying him nice things and whatnot. He got his PS4 and new gaming PC because of me. My boyfriend, however, found out that I have a good amount of money and has started to be quite weird about it. Several times he's referred to my money as our money. Oh, absolutely not. Oh, no, he did not. That money is not, quote unquote, our money. Unless you're married. That's some wifey shit, okay? And even if he did propose to you at this point, like, I would be second guessing that. And using our money to buy him the luxury car he's dreamt of getting. He wants us to move out of separate apartments and get a house together, and has said instead of getting him a small Christmas gift, for him to see Europe. Oh, I just got the ick majorly. And I have family in Bulgaria, Croatia, and the Netherlands, and he is from Canada. We don't blame him. Sorry. Buying a luxury car, it's less whether I can afford it and more seems like something you get your husband or wife and not your boyfriend to do. Right? It's like, yes, it shouldn't be expected that you're going to earn outside of the relationship to treat your boyfriend like he's your sugar baby. You have to ask, that's what you are into. If she wants to gift him all these things, coalition because she's generous, but he asked. Else I can understand if we were engaged or something, but we aren't. Though he has talked about marriage several times in the past. Yes, I can't afford to trip to Europe. But whereas it's something I might have preferred before we brought this up. So he, like, literally doesn't want to contribute at all. Expects you to pay for all these things. How embarrassed. He's sprinkling you, girl. He's been watching Shara 7, I swear. Is this reason enough to break up with him? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's one thing if, like, the fact that he refers to it as our money, like, that is in and of itself, he feels entitled to your money. And even if you get married, like, it kind of depends on, obviously, where you're from, but anything that you had before the marriage is actually separate relationship with him, or before marriage, or before living together, or whatever the law states. He actually would be entitled to your house, half your house, where I come from, unless you ever stated and then get the legal. Yeah, this is just where I'm from. So obviously this doesn't apply everywhere, but I know that in Ontario, common law is like basically regarded as marriage, and if it's for a year, unless you have a cohab agreement, he or she will literally have your house, regardless of whether they put money toward it or not. Okay, so there's some comments from OOP in the comments section of the post. So how did the boyfriend find out? He found out because we went to visit my family in Italy, and my parents, grandparents, and the two sets of aunts and uncles that we visited all have a very large, lavish place. I live in a smallish apartment that suits my needs, but the difference between my apartment and my home back in Italy was very noticeable. He asked me what was up, and I told him my family is wealthy, but it's not something I try to let define me. I mean, it's also like none of anybody's business. If you choose not to live like that, to like live well below your means, then that is your choice. This dude is gonna bankrupt you. I mean, very, very, very careful. The relationship was pretty good up until we found out. I would hate to break up with him because I do love him and love being with him, but the way he's been acting, past experiences pretty much tells me that he's going to be good. I was treated very well. I was happy, and yes, we had a consistent job. I will say that the fact that he does already live entitled to your money is by saying things like our money, that's already like a massive, huge one. You could try to talk to him and like make it known that like, listen, this is not how this is going to work. Maybe you could also be stronger with boundaries setting. I honestly would doubt his motives from here on out, knowing that he could marry you. You know, even in that case, you gotta get a prenup, right? Like, I would doubt his intentions and motivation for going forward. So, there is an update. I didn't automatically dump my boyfriend. I decided I'd have a talk with him. I told him it was basically really inappropriate to find out I had money and start making demands. It is. It's very inappropriate. That should not change a thing. I told him I have no problems using my finances for our relationship, but he should not automatically expect that I'm going to put out money on very expensive things for him just because. He should honestly be quite relieved that he doesn't need to like provide for you or take care of you. He needs to feel a little more relaxed about this whole financial burden thing, rather than automatically being like, no, that's my money too. He already has it really good, but he's expecting too much.
You know how much I sacrificed?
So he seemed very ashamed and agreed that it was a really crappy thing to do, and he got carried away and a bit too excited. I told him I understood, but to do that was very disrespectful to me, and the time we shared together made me feel like all of a sudden my money was what it seemed all was well. Then the other thing was having a into a bigger argument, and he said something along the lines of,
Well, you don't even want to use me. Maybe you never thought about me.
see,
Ladies and gentlemen, I hate to say I told you so, but
dude, caring about someone also goes both ways. If you care about someone, why are you asking that person to like foot the bill for your life? Not wanting to like spend tens of thousands of dollars, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars on your significant other that isn't even your husband doesn't mean you don't care about them. How about why doesn't he care about you to not want to do that or put you in that position? He got really quiet as though he knew that that was a crappy thing to say, and we didn't talk until 2 days later. I was very angry. I was going to talk things through with him. However, this gave the relationship. He told a couple people, despite me asking him to keep the money quiet, that I was really rich and could afford tons of. How did I find out? Saturday, we all went drinking together, and he gets a bit too much in his system and orders an expensive bottle of wine. One of our friends was like, order that.
Those are beers, and that's too expensive.
Our other friend piped up and was like,
Good. Family heiress is really rich. She can pick up our tab tonight.
cue several other people who I've never told about my family's needs. I don't know why I've never trusted them the other day when we were arguing, but decided not to. Somehow I trusted him. So I lost a 3-year relationship, and I'm probably going to lose a few friends as well. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call them friends.
Instances in which I profess to like you were fraudulent.
Money changes people, man. It's actually quite scary. Most of the time, money changes people for the worse. But true wealthy people know that, like, keeping your finances secret is the most important thing that you can possibly do. It is nobody's business but your own, and it is not part of polite conversation to talk about it. Okay? Money makes people weird. Someone asked her if she paid for the wine. She left in a very pissy mood. She should. I'd be so offended if someone literally was just like,
Oh, well, you're rich. You can pay for it.
pardon me.
Pardon me?
I feel like this is for the best, genuinely, because like if you had money, sure as hell won't have money to pay with it. Important comment: just because somebody is rich doesn't automatically make them also rich. It's not the law. It is. I think that it's obvious that he likes to live well below the and like careful with money. She could live in a bigger place if she wanted to, but it's like just because your family has money does not mean that you also have money. And just because your family spends money in a certain way does not mean that you spend money. A lot of wealthy people also do not spend money because they become wealthy. Because they don't spend money. That's the thing. So I'm glad you broke up with him. That was a good situation. Nobody ever entitled to earned it or when he inherited it or when he never but they sure as hell me and I feel like I can admit that I'm one of the a-holes in this situation, but I guess I want to know if it's justified or not. So, a week ago, I got called from someone I would consider, we're not super close, but we're friendly, and we get together with the same a lot. She called and said her kids were talking about how much fun they have with me and wanted to know if we were free this coming Saturday, a week and a half away at the time. My kids do like her kids, and I want to be better friends with her as well, so I said, sure. Can we please be friends? She was relieved that her husband would be out of town, so she needs a babysitter from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Yeah, she left out that important piece of info. I felt like it was a thought she wanted to do something all together. When I had already told her. Yeah, that's an awkward be like,
No, I'm busy. Sorry.
I should have said something right then, but I didn't. I mean, yeah, you could have probably been like, trying to realize you were having to babysit your kids. Well, yesterday, I ran into a friend of mine, and she asked if I was excited for Saturday. It's weird because I'm not excited for babysit for 14 days, but I said my kids were definitely excited. She said, oh, good. Is your husband taking them to do something fun? Or who is watching them?
What?
Okay. To which I made a face and responded that I was watching. Hold on. Hold the frick on. Absolutely not. Is what's happening here happening? The mommy who asked you to babysit her kids and with your friends without you? Absolutely not. Well, last week I did go to the end of year PTA meeting because I had just started my time of the month and I felt crummy and I didn't want to go. So I guess after the fact, some friends went out to lunch. They decided to plan a big girls' day to relax before the all day for the summer. Going to the city, shopping, pedicures, eating at nice restaurants, etc. Oh, that sounds lovely. Too bad you weren't invited. And when it was brought up that I would probably love to go, this friend said she needed to talk to me about some PTA stuff I missed, so she would tell me about it when she called me. But instead, she
What? What do you mean my Discord is muted? Is it in my Anna or yours? Oh! Oh! I'm sorry. so cute.
She decided to use me as her babysitter. Yeah, she didn't want you there. So I called the friend, and I told her I wasn't aware of the birthday at the time, and that I wouldn't be able to watch her kids after all. That's good. She asked if my husband could watch her kids too, which was a no.
Yeah.
Dang, she really trying it. She started crying that she really needed this. And what would she do now since her husband won't be home and it's too late to find someone willing to watch 5 kids for 14 hours with no pay? I guess she just can't go then. Oh no. And then once the tears weren't working, she just got angry. She said it was rude to back out of a commitment. You only committed to this commitment because you thought she was asking you to hang out. And furthermore, you also only agreed to this commitment because you thought that you had nothing else going on. She literally bait and switched you like more than once. She lied about needing a babysitter, and then she lied about the reasons why you were babysitting. If anyone's an awful friend here, it's her. My friends are all feeling so sorry for this whole thing. We're typically a very drama-free friend group, so I know no one wants to take sides, and now I'm wondering if I even go at all. So I'm the a-hole for backing out of watching her kids and committed to it already. I mean, I think it's kind of annoying that your friends are not that good to work here. Like, all it takes is one word from one of these other outside people to, like, tell this friend is really unreasonable. I think it's weird that nobody wants to back you up. I don't feel like this is fair to you at all. Obviously, your friend group is free, as you say. Some get together that often. I know some get together and others don't. It's not a big deal. But I'm beginning to wonder if maybe it's a little more tight than I realized. It's not a part of that in any way. I always tend to question why friends and like that's what I like me. I always like tend to question why a friend is I'm not expecting a friend to back me up every time. Like, let's be honest, I got lots of friends. But it's like, it makes you wonder why, right? Someone else said you should really question those friends. Why do you he responded, that's the friend group that gets together all the time, get together for birthdays, or after but I've known most of them since I lived here for over a decade, so I thought we had some substance to our relationship. But no one is acting like it was super absurd. I mean, I feel like they just maybe low-key didn't want to. Like something just tells me that they're just getting together and gossiping about it.
For insiders, Gossip Girl here.
I don't believe that. Okay, we do have an update. I had someone ask for an update. So here it is. I followed the advice from a website and talked to some of the friends I'm closer to in the group to kind of get a feel for what's going on. It's kind of frustrated with everyone. After I had run into the friend, her name is Casey to make it less confusing. Casey came on the apartment. They all agreed that the mean friend, Jenny, shouldn't have lied or tricked me into watching her kids, but they all I guess it is Jenny's 15th anniversary this weekend, but her husband forgot and had to plan a boys' camping trip. So she was sad and angry with her husband. She would really need a little getaway to cheer her up. Though it doesn't sound like anyone blaming me for not babysitting, they were disappointed for her and put all of their energy into making a plan for her to still be able to go. No one really seemed to bat an eye whether I was going to go or not, or care that I was sad, except for Sarah. However, I didn't try to make final plans for everything. Someone decided to do the math and realized that if I was no longer fit into the suburban my friend Kim was going to. It's a 2-hour drive to the city, so taking one vehicle was definitely ideal. Sarah volunteered to drive her car, and we would just take 2, but it all felt so forced and so uncomfortable that I ended up just... No one wants to feel like they're not wanted.
Yeah, no, you can't come because we, like, would rather just take one.
That is so sweet. Like, I'm to watch the kids so that she could have her own weekend. He just dumped them on her.
That sucks.
Yeah, I feel bad for her. I feel bad for her too, but just because you feel bad for someone does not mean that you have the right to like treat other people badly, you know? If it was so important that the friends go to this girls' night outing thing, why did nobody offer to babysit for children for her? It's very easy to be charitable with someone else's time. I mean, that is a very good point. I mean, they also didn't necessarily know that OP was babysitting, but now they do. Are they able to back out of babysitting friends' kids at the last minute? OP wasn't able to back out of babysitting friends' kids for 14 hours, especially after this week. My entitled sister was upset that car as her first car. Then she tried to see the seat cover until she realized she didn't like it. So apparently this happened like 20 years ago. OP is not in contact with this sister. My first car in my name was named I was a late bloomer getting my driver's license. I can still do I didn't get it until I was 27. So my real first car as a driver was a 1993 Toyota Camry. Back then, I was around 19. I saw the Escort for sale outside of a mechanic shop for $300. My parents thought it was a good deal too, so I decided I was going to buy it. The moment my sister found out I was going to buy that car, she cried and claimed she wanted it. But she'd already had a running and driving car at the time, and I couldn't afford to buy the Escort anyway. It's always so embarrassing when like people act like 4-year-olds. When they're like at their big age of like 15 or 16. Like it weirds me out. Like, do you not understand that you are literally behaving like a child? My sister was crying about wanting the Escort because her first car was a 89 Ford Escort when she was 16.
But my first car was a blue Escort when I was 15. I really wanted it.
Like that, there's no logic behind that statement. Like none. She went out of her way to buy it without permission from our parents. She was riding with our great grandfather, saw the car for sale on the side of the road, stopped to look at it, and then bought it. Not only did our parents have to register the car in their name for her, they also had to help with insurance. The clutch also went bad in that car almost right away. My parents had to drop $900 to get the car fixed, and that's with a discount on parts our mother bought through her connections. And what did my sister do? She abused the hell out of that poor car. She drove it like a maggot, smoked in it when she was still underage, and filled it with trash. She got in a minor accident and messed up the front by driving it into a pool or something. Then sometime after that, the car got impounded and she didn't bother to try and get it back. Oh, she wanted it so badly, didn't she?
So badly.
She didn't want the car badly. She only wanted it because he wanted it. it in the escort, and suddenly she started grabbing at the box the seat cover was in and saying, "Oh, you bought me a seat cover." Oh dear. Yeah, I see why you're not. She gleefully wrenched it from my hands and started to play with it, then paused when she took a closer look at it. Then she turned around and tossed it back at me because she thought it was ugly since it had skulls on it. Okay, so she literally just wants everything that you have or want. Unless she doesn't want something, in which case you can just keep it. She even looked bitter and said she didn't want it before huffing off. Later she tried to say it was all a joke, that she wasn't actually trying to take it, and she stuck to that story. But I know my sister. This was another one of her attempts at a power move. She was definitely trying to take it away, probably just to see what I'd do to get it back. Big age. And I wouldn't be surprised if she did it because I bought the escort she wanted. That's just the sort of petty person she is. Petty, but not in a good way, babes. This is like strange. She's been through more cars than she can even remember. Counting back, she went through like 7 cars in 10 years. Sounds like someone who gets away with acting like a child. Time to meet reality. This is the thing, right? Like, this to me screams someone that was never told no. Because, you know, uncles, right? Try to get the peanut. Or like the money or whatever. We're trying to get the peanut. We do different things to get the peanut, right? If you learn that certain ways of getting the peanut gets you the peanut, you're gonna keep doing those things to get the peanut, right? If you are taught eventually that doing the things to get the peanut no longer gets you the peanut, you will stop doing those things that you once did to get the peanut. You know what I mean? And I'm sorry, but if you have learned that this is the way to get the peanut, you're gonna keep behaving that way. So basically, if it's something you have, she wants it. If she can't have it, she wants to ruin it. Classic sibling chaos. I love how she tried to act like the seat cover ice was a joke when it didn't go her way. Transparent AF. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, it makes sense why you want to deal with an adult child. I wouldn't do that either. Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm peeking out my window to watch the neighbor drama unfold. Am I the idiot for exposing my toxic neighbor's double life, ruining her engagement, and cutting her off after years of manipulation? Do tell. All of these stories from Charlotte Dover YouTube. This is a story I've shared parts of before in history. Some of you may recognize these, but here's the full version. It's a long one, so brace yourselves. Camera strap in. Bumpy ride. So let me introduce Aria, 24 female, my ex-friend and ex-door neighbor. Aria, on the surface, is perfect. She's tall, fair-skinned, beautiful, the kind of girl people instantly notice. But here's the problem. Aria is a manipulative, narcissistic victim of playing nightmare. advise
from
this
the
plan
first
because this doesn't seem
time.
very smart. Oh, you could just marry a spare and cheat on him with me. Perfect! And also couldn't divorce his wife. If he
wait,
really
she's
wanted to
with
divorce his wife, he would. It's not that simple though. Like sometimes when you read all these things, you're like, why don't you just get divorced? It's a lot more complicated than that. Divorces get ugly. They take half of everything you own if you don't have a premium. Even when you have a premium. Sometimes there's, courts that will say, sorry, this is unconscionable. They owe you, half of everything. That's why you gotta be very careful who you marry. So eventually his wife found out. Surprising. She called Aria, told her to back off, and the wife said, now instead of moving on, Aria went to the office. She was making sad faces, throwing tantrums, crying in front of everyone. Okay, this is like a just picture this being like, because he was the boss, she could say, oh, he had power over me, etc. Nightmare. Eventually, her senior manager didn't know what was there. Suggested she take a break, but she kept pushing. She'd call the guy at night, text him and his wife, beg him to come back. Things escalated, and one day her boss finally told her to stay home for a month. That's when she ran to my house again, crying like the world was ending. I tried to calm her down, tell her to focus on her exams and take a break as an opportunity to relax, but she refused to let go. Some days she'd be like, the next day she'd be sobbing.
I need him back.
It was a level of obsession. I understand that maybe she loves the guy. You kind of dug your own grave here, Aria. Nothing good can come from something like that. 9 times out of 10, the married man is going to choose his wife and children. It's just too difficult. Maybe he wants to have his cake and eat it too, and he was saying those things because he wanted to be able to have the affair. But in my view, this dude was never gonna leave his wife. One day, she snapped. He made me cry, I'll ruin his life. See? And that's when I realized I was dealing with someone dangerous. Ooh, no, I simply can't no more. Tell me everything. The serial dating and gold digging phase. To keep her from doing anything crazy, I started taking her out shopping, to dinner, for fun. But one thing I noticed, she never wanted to pay. If I paid, everything was great, but the moment she had to pay, she'd ask for my share later. At the same time, she was juggling 1, trying to get back with her ex from 2021, 2, seeking 2 different guys on the side and hooking up with them, 3, emotionally manipulating a guy in London, pretending they were in a relationship when he had no idea. Yes, she was in a relationship in her head. Ooh, this girl is boy crazy. The hair appointment that started a war. Her bike broke down and she asked to borrow mine. I told her, fine, but I have a hair appointment at 10 a.m. so I need it back by 9:30. She agreed. The next morning, I might be late. I told her I couldn't change my plans and suddenly she exploded. Screaming over text, calling me selfish, saying I never bend for anyone. Oh, the fact that you live near this. I ignored her, left for my appointment, and enjoyed my day. She showed up at my house, banging on my door, screaming and breaking my doorbell. I told her to leave, she refused, and at that moment, I snapped. I slapped her across the face. And I wear gemstone rings. That slap left a mark. Fast forward to January 2025, her parents, fed up with her, arranged a marriage for her. And guess what? The guy she chose was one of my old college seniors. He came to visit her house, saw my car, and realized I lived there. Excitedly, he called me. Hey, funny coincidence. I'm marrying someone from your society. When he said Aria's name, I had 2 choices. Save out of it or save my friend from hell. I told him everything. Wasn't your Is it really gossiping if you're just warning? Like you're just sharing the facts. You saved him. His family hired a private investigator. They found out even more dirt than I did. The wedding was called off. Aria lost her mind. She blamed me for ruining her life, trashed me in front of everyone, and told people I was jealous of her. Jealous of me? Jealous of what? A serial cheater who ruined her own life? So, am I the a-hole for slapping my toxic ex-friend, cutting her off, and telling my friend the truth before he married her? Or should I just let her continue down her path of destruction? I mean, it would be one thing if you sabotaged it with information that wasn't true. It's an entirely different thing that all you did was tell the truth and warn someone. I mean, I definitely want to know if someone I was about to marry, was in a relationship with a married man, obviously didn't know cheating was a big deal, behaved this way, serial cheater, serial she's her own worst enemy at this point. It's not that I don't condone violence. It's just like she sounds like she's unhinged, and because you slapped her, like that can come back to hurt you. Like some people really do need to slap. Like really, they do. I think a lot of the world's problems would be solved if you could just like slap someone, hurt you in the future, you know, be charged with assault or whatever. Some people do need a good slap. They do, okay? They do. Doesn't mean you should, but I don't blame you. From a legal sense, we shouldn't be slapping people. From a moral sense as well. So, are you the a-hole for exposing your toxic neighbor's double life, ruining her engagement, and cutting off her after years of manipulation? No, but like, don't slap people. I get it. Violence is never the answer. Moving on. Am I the a-hole for not answering when my next door neighbors rang my doorbell? Hey. Throwaway account because someone mentioned is on here. I, female 18, live in a somewhat private neighborhood. It's nice, quiet, but not far from town, so I don't feel like I'm living in the middle of nowhere. I and my family, mom, dad, and younger brother 16 and sister 12, moved into this house about 1.5 years ago after my dad got a promotion, which resulted in him leaving the province for work trips more often. Remember this, later. Both parents, but more so my dad, had the option of sometimes working, only having to go into the office about once a week for my dad and 3 to 4 times every 2 weeks for my mom. When we first moved in, the neighbors living on both sides came to give us a couple of house warmings, which consisted of food and baked goods, which my father was especially grateful for when he was at home. I don't even think he knew it was wrong with someone. It was really nice of them, and my boyfriend were working next to me. On our left, there's a family of 4, mom, dad, and 2 brothers, each 12. On our right is a single couple that's been living in the neighborhood for the last 15 years. Dad from the family of 4 works for companies periodically every 1.5 months. Then has around the same time at home before flying off again to another remote place around the world. Since the dad makes James the main stay-at-home mom, which all we have done, hit it off immediately. I would go over to his house at least once a week to chat, despite my busy schedule, which my last year in high school. Whenever Linda needed to run an errand, with the younger one, someone had a hard time following instructions. When they got a new puppy, I voluntarily dog sat him and took him out for walks. Oh, you're being quite nice. I mean, they were also really nice to you. This is like the way neighbors should treat each other. The younger brother, who we'll call James, could be a bit rough with the puppy, and despite my request for him to be gentle with it as it was still young, James refused, and I eventually had to bring it up with Linda as I was getting concerned. She had a talk with him, and the rough behavior ceased. 4 days ago, I was alone in my house, which was nice because my family can be quite loud sometimes, and it can get overwhelming. I was studying for an upcoming exam in language and literature, which is my worst subject. Safe to say, I was stressed. Headphones on, I didn't realize the doorbell was ringing until I saw James out of the corner of my eye out the window as my room faces the front of the house. However, when I went to answer the door, no one was there. Confused, I chalked it up to pre-exam stress, making me see things, and went back to studying. 10 minutes later, the bell rang again. This time, as I answered the door, I could see someone running around the side of my car to hide behind it, which was pointless because I could see through the windshield to the back window, where 2 heads were visible. I left the door a crack open and walked barefoot around my car, where I found James and another boy I recognized but didn't know the name of. He was the grandson of the old couple, same age as James, whose parents often visited the mom's parents. Thought the boys gave me sheepish looks, little thing, big nung bitch. Was that Nicky Nicky Nine Doors? There's one where you kind of like light a bag of shit on fire and then ring the doorbell. What's that? Never played that. I asked them, he could not ring the bell if you needed things I was trying to say. They gave me nods and ran off. Slightly annoyed, I went outside and continued where I left off. 5 minutes later, my doorbell went off again. This time twice in the same succession. which of course was refused. She got angry and started to yell. Mom went all mama bear and kicked her out of the house. Thanks, Mom. When she lost access to me, Tony, who got my number through James, and he at all hours of the day about how I was an awful person, harassing me so much I blocked his number as I was dealing with all of this. Pot meet kettle. Somehow, I think I get where little Tony gets his behavioral issues from. It makes sense. So, am I the a-hole? Yes, my dad not being home was my dad passed away. They reasoned the prank was harmless. This is really dumb. Like, it's almost like the mom feels like she's in trouble and now she wants to cause mischief. Like, I don't know, it's really silly. I would expect it from a young kid, but not a grown person. Not the a-hole plays your kids, win stupid prizes. The kid deserved the blame. He asked me repeatedly to stop. They did feel better about teaching the kids. This conversation act out sometimes. They do. But when they do, let them do whatever they want. They need repercussions for doing bad things, because otherwise they will continue to do bad things. That's how society works. That's why there's things like jail. There are disciplinary measures that are taken when people do not behave. Not saying you need to send this little kid to jail, but discipline is a normal thing. And if she's not going to do it, then you should. Not hard to see where little Tony gets his obnoxious entitlement. Are you the a-hole for not answering when your next door neighbor rang your doorbell? No. In fact, I rarely answer my door. So maybe I'm just projecting. Not a fan of answering the door, especially when there's an election happening. Oh, God. Anyone in Canada, up until recently, thank God it's over. But man, they do be coming to your house at all hours. I don't answer. I like put the blinds down and like don't answer. Am I the a-hole for not letting my neighbor's granddaughter participate in my autistic son's Easter egg hunt? Hi, Charlotte and Mike. Watched you forever and adore you guys. Oh, hello. Thanks for watching. I hope you have a wonderful wedding and life together. My 30 female and my husband's 32 male oldest son is 3. We have an 8-week-old infant. He's also level 2 autistic. He can communicate a little, but sometimes it takes some sleuthing to figure out what he's saying. So it's hard for him to tell him when he doesn't like something. Being autistic, it's hard for my son to participate in group activities. He normally will sit off to the side and watch everyone else play. It can sometimes take up to a week for him to feel comfortable participating with other kids. And this is only if he's seeing those kids every single day, let alone random children he's never met. It's Easter, and I wanted my son to not have a repeat of last year. We took him to an Easter egg hunt, and when he tried to participate, his eggs were taken from older kids. Absolutely not. We ride at dawn for your son. I have some mini eggs. I bought some. Does he want them? Of course he does. Who doesn't want a mini egg? Have you ever heard someone ever say no to a mini egg? It doesn't happen. It's inconceivable. I got 2 mini eggs. Being autistic and 2 at the time, he didn't know how to react. He stood there and let them do what they wanted. I was livid. Not only that a child could do something someone else had, but the parents did nothing about it. I scooped him up and we went to get a special treat. This year, I decided to set up a whole special Easter egg hunt. There were a bunch of eggs with treats and toys inside them, and little pretend bunnies hiding around under the trees and bushes. Oh, that's sweet. I decorated our trees and used environmentally friendly, silly string that degrades when it rains, which my husband made himself, the whole 9 yards. I wanted to not only make up for last year, but make this year something really special. Skip to the main event. My yard is fully decked out, and we bring my son outside. He's so excited. He sees all the bunnies, and first is going around all the bunnies to say hi. He always does this with animals, real or not. He's running around and enjoying himself, not looking for eggs yet, but we weren't in a rush. This is his time to enjoy himself. Our neighbor's granddaughter runs over and is excited to look for eggs. And separating our yards. I know she's only 2, so I don't blame her at all for being excited. But this was my son's time. I asked her grandmother if she could please come and get her, as this was private for my son. She looked at me like I had 3 heads. She goes,
What? Why would I do that? You clearly set this up for kids.
seriously? Even if she set it up for kids, it's a little rude to assume that a neighborhood kid could participate without asking.
Why would all of this effort be put in for just one child? spoiled?
Because he deserves it, okay? This is a special circumstance.
She's 2, let her have fun.
Ignoring the fact that she completely disregarded my request, I decided to explain to her why we were doing this. I told her my son is autistic, he has trouble participating in large group activities like big Easter egg hunts, so we did this for him to have his own. She looks at me and goes,
It's just one other kid. What's the problem? What, is he gonna have an attack?
she used air quotes,
Because someone else is doing his activity? Is he that spoiled? You can obviously just put the eggs back after she finds them all.
okay, this neighbor is hella entitled. I don't know why I'm getting so irate over an Easter egg hunt, but like, this is super annoying. Again, ignoring her blatant rudeness because I didn't want to cause a scene in front of my child and her granddaughter. They don't need to see adults fighting over what is supposed to be a fun day. I told her, firstly, my son doesn't have attacks. He's autistic and gets overstimulated. Secondly, because he's autistic and only 3, he doesn't know when something is okay. Like someone taking something from him. This is why he did this, so he doesn't have anyone taking anything from him and controlling his own. Okay, so I understand her trying to seem like really like but after hearing that she should have reached out to Jamie, or she should have let if you're okay with it. She looked at me like I just kicked her dog.
He thinks my granddaughter is going to do something like take things from him. My daughter raised her right. Don't you dare insinuate that she didn't.
I mean, you kind of are saying that you're totally fine with her participating in someone else's, like, you're okay with her going and finding Easter eggs that are not meant for her. She kind of is already doing that. And by the way, she's doing it too. It's kind of like letting another kid open someone else's birthday present.
She has so many.
At this point, I'm getting pissed. I told her I'm done arguing. This is my property. I do this for my kid, and you can leave, please, now. Period. I grabbed her granddaughter by the arm and told her, "Come on, this woman doesn't want you." How about you let your granddaughter have some fun? Why do you need to piggyback off of someone else's? Damn, pulling her away and grabbing the egg and collected out of her hand, she threw it back behind them, hitting my son in the back. I was going to let her keep what she collected because 1, I was heartless, but 2, I had a lot more I could replace it with. Us autistic moms always know to have extra just in case something gets broken. I checked on my son, made sure he was okay because he doesn't process pain normally. But when I tell you I was about to throttle this woman, that's an understatement. You have a lot of patience. Raising an autistic child, you do need a lot of patience. The fact that some parents really just don't get it, like she just like clearly doesn't understand or doesn't respect what you go through on a day-to-day basis. I think under the circumstances, it's totally fine for you to have this boundary, and at the end of the day, that's your property, and that little girl was not invited. It might seem kind of rude, but who cares? Be rude. I know young kids see fun things and everything is background noise. I'm not saying the little kid it's her fault, but if you set a boundary and you say, listen, like this isn't for her, then the grandmother needs to respect that. I do not blame the young girl at all. However, now my son was sitting on the grass, confused about what was happening and didn't want anything to do with the eggs. Thankfully, after about an hour, he got excited again and we did his Easter egg hunt. So he still got what I wanted from him. So I'm wondering, was I an a-hole for not letting the granddaughter participate? Should I have sucked it up and let her have fun? I think at the end of the day, you were trying to do something nice for your kid. Under these circumstances, you kind of predicted what would have happened. Like, yeah, you told him and then made that decision. Saw that he wasn't participating because she was doing it. But at the same time, it's also a way to like, I wouldn't want to do anything to someone like that. You should always ask the parent if they don't mind sharing, like, hey, whatever, okay? You should always ask the parent if it's okay. And if it's not okay, it might be a little bit annoying, not gonna lie. I think under these circumstances, there's just like she's not entitled to your front yard. Not the a-hole that grandmother would take things from him. But yes, she's literally taking things as they speak. I'd have been pointing out the grandmother is allowing the kid to steal what doesn't belong to her and making her a terrible example for anyone alive. I think that there also needs to be a certain degree of making sure your kids know that they have permission to do stuff like that. Imagine this little girl runs into someone's yard that's like a total creep that's like setting up all these little Easter eggs to like lure children, or like, you know, there's a van and he's got all these popsicles. You can't just go up to something because it's colorful and assume that it's yours and you can take it. Are you the a-hole for not letting your neighbor's granddaughter participate in my autistic son's Easter egg hunt? I mean, to her, you're probably an a-hole, but no. I still have mini eggs, I have none. Hey everybody, welcome back. Am I the a-hole for exposing my best people, including me, i.e. 3 girls and 4 boys, to be called Marie, Nina, Fred, Steve, Norman, Alex, and Matt. The history is messy, so let me try as brief as I can. 2 of the members of the group were already in a relationship. Marie is my best friend. Her boyfriend is the OG joker of the group, who is also a bully. I only became friends with Fred because Marie wanted me to. Either way, after the midterms, we figured out that all 3 high scorers of the batch of 2019, which comprised 150 students, were from our group, i.e. Yina, me, and Alex. It was that moment that made me realize that maybe I got something here. Competition, but we were never hostile, or so I thought. Ooh, we got some resentment brewing, we got some jealousy. Now let me explain my dynamics to the members. Alex tried to pursue me, but when I refused in the kindest way possible, he flipped and tried to ruin my reputation publicly. Which is why, after that, I never talked to him. Meanwhile, other members continued to hang out with him and brushed it off as a petty matter. Petty matter. This is the thing about like coming to terms with the fact that people that you're friends with are not great people. You know, I had a conversation the other day where I went to dinner with a group of people that I used to see all the time, but they're still friends with my ex. I happen to know that my ex is a complete douchebag, like literally like borderline narcissist, creep, weirdo. And you know, of course, when it got a little messy and I kind of discovered who he was, it was very hard to get people kind of on his side. That I went to this dinner and finally I have been. It was like an entire evening of them telling me that I was right, and you know it takes people a little while to come around because unfortunately they need to see it for themselves. I really wish people would just listen, because ultimately they're also saying that they don't feel like being loyal to you is a good enough reason to stop hanging out with a certain person.
You can't do that. Like, you can't do that with your friends.
Okay, so back to the story. Marie and I had a falling out after I figured she lied to me, basically about everything. I never confronted her, just got distant. Marie and Fred broke up because he told her she wasn't the girl wanted to marry, and then she got married to his older brother. A tale for another time. Yina had made her with Fred and would tell him about gossip, and their hate just got extra. Either way, valedictorian of the batch of 2019, and it made me happy. It was the only good thing that happened in a while. Yina was in second place. I did feel guilty. I don't know why, and to celebrate my success openly so she might not get hurt. Yes. This is the thing about excelling in actually clap for you, and that doesn't mean that you shouldn't win, but it's like, it makes you apprehensive about sharing that you've won. Because unfortunately, you find out that your friends aren't really your friends.
I can't believe you did this to me.
Now, 3 weeks ago, I got a text from my junior about Fred that he was harassing her after they broke up. I didn't want to get into the mess, so I asked her to report him and move forward, but it was then that she told me Fred claimed I had a crush on him and I wouldn't stop chasing him. That angered me because for me, being framed for liking Fred is an insult. The man is the biggest narcissist and gaslighter. I confronted him and he tried to gaslight me by saying that his ex also talked crap about me to him. So I shouldn't believe her, and also tried to claim he did so much for me and I'm ungrateful. Mind you, we were never close, so I don't know what he did for me to be grateful about. I just blocked him and forgot about it. That evening, I got a call from my senior asking why I wasn't participating in a mandatory workshop. When I told him I didn't know anything about it, he told me he asked Nina to inform me. She then told him that I wasn't interested. Okay, so she sabotaging you a little bit. She out here sabotaging you because she's jealous. The workshop was important because the ones who don't take it will get their bar license suspended. So basically, I'm screwing my whole career. Okay, so not just like sabotaging a little bit, like sabotaging a little bit, but I decided to stay silent. And I started a workshop. And I was there, and so the organizer of the workshop, a senior lawyer, texted me that our bar is meeting a committee, and he would like to Corey. I was hesitant, but I agreed to it. Cut to a week ago. I got to know that I was coming to the committee because Fred was the chairman and didn't want me there. Sometimes you got nothing. Although it made me angry, I decided he just wanted to win, so let's stay away from it. The next day, another committee was announced. Nina decided to text me, quote, "Everyone is surprised you're a part of the committee because you don't deserve it." How big is that stick that Yina got off of? I gotta tell ya. I was taken back by her text and asked her why. And then she started saying it was a joke, etc. I left her. Corey also called me and told me to patch things up with Fred because I was being mean, and he would accept my apology. Okay, so when he got kicked off that like committee, we'll do that. I was hurt because she knew how Fred was. He did the same thing to her once, but now he's her brother-in-law. Norman also decided to remove me from the group chat and privately text me saying, "Please don't ever ask me to add you again because everyone hates you."
You really suck at it.
I asked him why he would say that. He replied that it's true and they just don't say it to me. Back and saying things that just aren't true. But even then again, like, when friendships kind of fall out, sometimes friendships come to an end, but you don't need to be like terrible about it. Like, you can still be cordial. I feel like they're doing all of these things really unprovoked unless they know something you don't. Although I was hurt, I was confused too because why would they be so hostile to me? It wasn't until I heard Yina saying she deserved to be valedictorian and I stole it from her, here it is, that it all made sense. I don't know why that day I had a meltdown. I couldn't stop crying because of the harsh behaviors, and after all the crying came the anger. I decided enough was enough, and I decided to expose that Fred and Yina were having an affair. I knew this because I caught them making out once and they asked me to keep it a secret. See, this is another reason why they kind of want you out of the friend group, is because, like, number one, Yina is resentful of you, Fred is resentful of you, and they're probably trying to ostracize you from the group because you know something that would hurt their reputations.
You're starting to get a reputation.
Fred was involved with a lot of other girls while hooking up with Nina, and Nina was also sending me screenshots of Fred's conversation with her about girls implying that he doesn't value them. I posted the entire thing online and decided to sleep. Only woken up by multiple something to tell. They already kind of think that you're going around saying bad stuff about them and like, you know, ruining things for them, etc. So it's like, at this point, if they already think that about you and that's what they're telling people, then you might as well do it. Devil's advocate, you know, you could have just like gotten rid of the whole friend group and not done a thing. They were kind of coming for your future, so I don't really like that at all. In this case, you could have just let go of their success, but if they're preventing you from achieving that success and they're going out of their way to do that, I feel like you're kind of justified. My only worry is how is this gonna bite you in the butt, you know? That's why sometimes it's not always the best idea to like go out of your way, because you're not dealing with rational people. You're dealing with people who bite first. I'm interested to know what happens when they bite back. Not the a-hole. You took so much crap from so-called friends. And leave them to their pathetic little lives. They don't matter. You matter, and your mental health matters. OP responded, "Thank you. I did block them all." I mean, realistically, like, I understand that you're friends and you're friends in college and stuff like that, but like, I can only think of like maybe one person that I'm friends with still from university days. Like, once you leave university, you're gonna have an entire group of friends that are entirely new, that like isn't tainted. For someone going on to be a lawyer, you really need to try and not let these things get to you, to be honest. Other lawyers are going to get so much ammunition out of this, making you look bad to clients in possible workplaces. Never forget, once it's online, it can't be removed. Yes, I also agree with that. I mean, I do agree with that. I think that there could have been a way to get back at the group by not, you know, putting yourself in the line of fire. The best revenge is always living your best life, standing above these stupid things. Never show that it gets to you, and never stoop to the level of stupid people. Yeah, I mean, I totally get where people are coming from. It's honestly a little split. It's not that you're an a-hole, it's that like, are they even worth it? You have to decide if people are worth it. That extra energy, right? They might be people that would stoop to that level, but are you? Not the a-hole. You're justified in what you did, but for next time, it's honestly, I don't know if it's even worth it. Like, these people are petty and like not as smart as you and not as good as you. So maybe next time, don't let things like this bother you, or at least try not to act on it. All right, we got some more of the best friend of drama for you guys. So we got some time for that today. We got lots of time for your hair's past perfect. This story is from True Off My Chest. My childhood friend slammed me, so I ruined the relationship. We did first and second grade, 2007 together, and then I left the country and connected in 2017. We talked romantically, but it instead got emotional into the long distance, so I ended it. At the beginning of 2021, I visited my home country to attend a wedding, and once I landed in the city, I hit her up. I went to her apartment complex. We hang out in April Park, talk about our childhood, and she mentions that she has a boyfriend and she was getting married, so I never made a move. We go for a walk, and I tell her I want to go to a currency exchange office because I was carrying USD. They were all closed, so we head back to the apartment. Sorry to say, I had to go before the date. She told me we had to bribe the doorman or he would cause problems with management. I only had 20s and 100s, and she knew that, and told me to pay me $5. Since I didn't have change, she offered to take a bill and go up to her place and get me some change. I gave her a $20 bill and waited for her. I waited, and she doesn't come down, so I called her. I said, "No." I go to the doorman and tell him there's no issues with me at that time. She comes out on the balcony and tells me those $20 are not going to make me rich, and either way, so get the hell out of here. She just went and stole from you? I was waiting on my way home, not to because I was lied to, stolen from, and abandoned. I felt very disrespected cameras and saw me, which made the story believable. She unblocks me and explodes through text, insulting my existence. And I acted nonchalant, telling her to stop denying the truth. The guy keeps texting me and suddenly asks, "Did you give her $20? I told him yes, for the good service, lol, oh dear. And then he tells me she took him to get ice cream with that money. Ooh, you got some dusties. These are some dusties. Yeah, this is like weird. I get why you did what you did, but I also feel like you didn't have to lie about it, you know? You didn't have to lie. You could have just told the boyfriend that she's a little scammer. I feel like that would have had the same effect. It's not necessary to lie, especially when, like, she actually did something, like, kind of illegal. She stole from you and was like, you about it. I'm guessing, had she simply asked you for $20, you probably would have given it to her. OP responds, even $100 I wouldn't have minded, but she chose the path of destruction and got clapped back. Yeah, she was very unapologetic about it, eh? She was just like,
Yeah, I stole from you. Suck my.
I love this. My favorite part is how she felt so haughty and badass. OP responds, she told me her boyfriend was paying for her breast implants and a BBL. Guess who didn't get a breast implant and a BBL? Was it her? Was it her? Yeah, it was. I'm gonna say, do I want to give this an everyone's choice? I know it's not an Am I the A-hole, but I feel like I get the pettiness. I don't know if the line is necessary. I don't. I think that you could have exposed her to her boyfriend with just like the facts. Alright, we got one more spicy one. My best friend ghosted me before my wedding. Am I the a-hole for letting her? I, 29 female, had a best friend, Laura, 29 female, for almost 12 years. We met in college, bonded over our tough family relationships, and remained close despite only ever having real fights. However, unwillingness to drive on highways, which I meant I always made the 3-hour drive to see her. In 2017, I started a new job and became friends with a coworker, Cole. She later introduced me to her longtime friend, Dennis. In late 2019, Dennis and I went on our first date. When COVID hit, it accelerated our relationship and we moved in together. After things settled down, I tried multiple times to arrange for Dennis before his wedding, but she always seemed to blow it off. I honestly don't even remember when they finally did. In the summer of 2022, Dennis and I moved about 1,000 miles away. A lot of our old friendships naturally faded, but my relationships with Laura and Cole remained strong. Even though we weren't seeing each other in person as much, we still talked just as often. With Laura's grandmother passing, I made sure to fly back to them and support her. Then, in May 2023, Dennis proposed. Since we lived far from most of our friends and family, we planned a proposal and an engagement ready to happen during a visit back to the state. Even for my sister and Cole to be surprised. I had no idea it was happening, and obviously I didn't say it. Laura was invited to the engagement, of course, but when she showed up, she seemed pretty normal. I figured it was because she didn't know a lot of people. Or Dennis. I told her no worries and asked if she still planned to travel up to my new state for my wedding since she hadn't mentioned anything about a flight yet. Her response was casual, which made me laugh. For the next 3 weeks, we kept talking like normal. She was responding to my texts, giving me advice on my dress and accessories and acting like everything was fine. Then, on the day of the shower, she didn't show up. No text, no communication, nothing. And I never reached out. In 9 months, we haven't spoken. Am I the a-hole for never following up? Should I reach out all this time later and ask what happened? Okay, so it's always interesting when you realize that unless you're the one putting the effort into the friendship doesn't really exist. I want you to try something. The next time you're kind of like confused about a friendship and you feel like you're the only one ever reaching out to like make plans and stuff, I want you you to like see what happens when you don't say a thing. If that person doesn't reach out, doesn't think about you, doesn't make an effort, you have your answer. Who knows what's really going on? Like maybe she's a little resentful because you got married first. Maybe she liked Dennis. Well, she never met Dennis. I feel like maybe she's just a little bit resentful that you're getting married. There's not a lot of context. Like I feel like she didn't really pick up on any of these things. But it says a lot. Ghosting her like long-time childhood friend before their wedding. And to add, in April 2024, I had to fly to home state for my grandmother's funeral. She didn't come. Okay, so again, like I said, it sort of seems like you're the only person that's actually putting effort into this friendship, hence why she doesn't want to drive on highways, and you're always the one going to see her. So you're there to support her, but she's not there to support you. This is kind of like the reality of getting married. Like you really do find out who your friends are. You find out who your friends are when you're getting married and when people die. And it's like, you know, these are happy times. These are all the times when people need support. And it's when people kind of show their true colors. So as much as getting married is great, it also has like a bit of a dark side. I was married in November 2024. She didn't come. We ended up having a very small wedding. We didn't have a wedding party anymore with matching outfits. Basically, the wedding was people who would have been the bridal party plus. Top comment says not everyone is meant to be in our lives forever. It's just one of those things where, you know, if you're the only person putting effort into the friendship, like, it's not a real friendship. It's like, wow, you didn't think about me. You didn't think, like, I should probably be there to support them. Like, I want to lift them up. Like, that didn't cross your mind at all. But she didn't want to. Not to be dramatic, but are you sure she's alive? Yes, she's very active on social media. Ghosting one out of a bunch. You didn't let her ghost you. She ghosted you and you accepted it. What she possibly earned, you made your sister your maid of honor and not her, and let it fester. OP responds, that's another perspective I thought about. When we first met, I wasn't close with my sister. So Laura and I had talked about being each other's maid of honor with several different grooms over the years. However, with time and family stuff happening, my sister and I became very close. I think it kind of goes without saying that if you're doing a bridal party, like sisters kind of trump best friends, and you kind of need to be okay with it. I also absolutely know once dated Dennis 5 years ago, I never mentioned her as a maid of honor again. From the day she bailed on meeting him for the first time, I got an off-putting feeling. And when I told her my sister was my maid of honor, she's like, yeah, that totally makes sense. Your relationship has meant so much over the years. So yes, it could be entirely possible. Like a lot of people are saying maybe she's butthurt that like we didn't make her maid of honor. I mean, she's never even met Dennis. She's never even met your fiance or your husband now. I don't know. This is the thing about having bridal parties, man. This is why I don't have one. Because like you're basically like ranking your best friends and the people close to you. And I think that we all need to like be okay with it if like a sister is maid of honor or a brother is best man. At the end of the day, it's like best friends come and go, family is forever. Case in point. So she didn't go to the wedding, no present, nothing, not even a card. OP responds to nothing. It was totally superficial. She didn't like the bridal shower. She didn't say anything like,
Oh my gosh, fun. I wish I could have been there.
I feel like there's missing context. She didn't show up, you weren't concerned or hurt. You didn't even say, hey, are you okay? I guess the context is she has a habit of not showing up. For my grandmother's funeral, she told me she was coming. It was about an hour away from her. She also didn't show up to that, but then texted me that night and said, sorry, work got busy. The type of job she works ends usually around 1 p.m. Funeral service was until 8 p.m. Honestly, like she hasn't shared a lot of context, and I agree, but I think that knowing what I know, I've definitely had friends where I don't put the effort in our friendship really dissipates. Like I had a friend that I like genuinely truly loved. Sometimes I would text her, she would take forever to respond, sometimes like a week, and I would always be the one inviting her to stuff. And then after a while, I just kind of thought like I'm not a fan, you know, like I'm like this is not like I wonder what's gonna happen if I just never reach out. And it's not that I don't like her, it's just that like I wanted to see what would happen if I never reached out. And sure enough, barely talked. I think she sent me, you know, a text a few months after I got engaged to congratulate me, and like I texted her Merry Christmas, she didn't respond, and that was it. That's our friendship. And you know, if we had kept in touch, I probably would have invited her to my wedding. And sometimes it's just people drift and they don't really consider you important enough, or maybe they have new friends or whatever, and that's all it is. So, are you the a-hole for never following up? I mean, no, you're not the a-hole for letting her ghost you. Like, let's remove the blame on that. It kind of just sounds like this friendship has run its course. Not the a-hole. Siska! My ex got paid to date me by my own best friend. Wait until you hear the update on this story. I, 27 female, just found out something that feels like it was ripped straight from a scripted show. Except it's not. It's my real life, and I wish it wasn't. So I was dating this guy, 28 male, let's call him Jake, for about 6 months. And it was actually going well, like really well. He was sweet, funny, asked me questions about my day, remembered the little things I liked, and I thought I hit the jackpot after a string of heartbreaks and walking red flags. I introduced him to my family. He came to brunches. We cuddled on my couch and talked about dreams and childhood and music. He even came to my niece's birthday party. Like, real boyfriend stuff. And now I found out he was getting paid to date me. Let me repeat that. My boyfriend was getting paid to date me. And guess who was paying him? Was it your best friend?
How'd you know?
I'm so psychic. Not a prank show, not a scam, not a bet with the boys. My best friend. My literal best friend since high school. We'll call her M. Apparently, after my last breakup hit me hard, which yeah, it did, she decided I need to feel loved again. So instead of being supportive or taking me on a girls trip like a normal person, she decided to hire a boyfriend for me. Oh Lord. In what twisted way did she think that this was a good idea? How would this turn out well? Is she gonna pay you all the way to marriage? Like, at one point, he's still gonna break up with you because he's being paid to date you. In some weird way, she probably thought she was helping, but like, this isn't helping. This doesn't help anyone. In fact, it would make you have even worse trust issues. She knew Jake from some party and offered him actual money to, quote, cheer me up and make me feel special again. Only to, like, what, rip it out from underneath you again? After you find out that not only is your boyfriend being paid to date you, but also that your friend paid him to date you. The worst part is, he said yes. For the right price, apparently pretending to care about someone becomes easy. A mutual friend let it slip after too many drinks. So wait, I'm sorry, but people knew about this? Your mutual friends knew about this?
Bad friend.
And when I confronted him, she didn't even deny it. She tried to twist it into some weird act of love.
You look so happy. I just wanted you to feel confident again.
Confident? You thought faking a relationship behind my back would help my self-esteem. And Jake, he tried to act like he caught feelings.
At first it was just for the money, but then I really started to like you.
This sounds like the plot of like She's All That or something.
Pick the girl, and you got 6 weeks to turn her into the prom queen.
Gentlemen, we have a winner.
Like, I'm sorry, that makes it better. You still lied. You still carried out everything like it was a gig. Meanwhile, I was falling for someone who never existed. We were intimate. We had real talks, and now every moment feels dirty. I don't even know if it was real. Did he even like me? Listening to me. I feel humiliated, betrayed, and the person who was supposed to have my back, my best friend, was the one pulling the strings the whole time. But doing something for someone's own good like this, don't. It's not thoughtful, it's not romantic, it's twisted. And if Charlotte does see this, please know you've helped me feel less alone. I hope my story helps someone else. Thanks for reading. I'm gonna go scream into a pillow now, as you should. This is ridiculous. And I'm pretty sure in the movie She's All That, like, she found out that it was like a bet, but she forgave him. I never really sat well with that. First of all, don't feel guilty about having believed in this, because nobody could have ever imagined what you just wrote. Like, seriously, this is unbelievable. Who in their right mind pays someone to date their friend? A real friend might have seen this guy and been like, hey, I really like you for my friend. Are you interested in dating someone right now? Like, maybe we could set you guys up. That's normal. I set up my friends all the time. We actually did set up one of my really good friends with one of Mike's really good friends, and they got married. So I like playing the matchmaker. And sometimes it works out, but we don't pay our friends to date our friends. We just introduce them. I was introduced couple to meet. In fact, I feel like it's a better way for a couple to meet than anything else, because like you're kind of vetting the person and you're kind of deciding whether or not they're right for your friend. It's kind of difficult to know whether someone has good intentions or whether they're a good person if you're just like meeting them for the first time. But if, you know, they've been through the checks and balances with people that mutually know you, it's good. It's a good way to meet someone. And it ended up working out well for me and well for my good friend who ended up marrying Mike's good friend. Also, M cut her off entirely. I may believe someone is delulu enough to think this was a good or helpful idea, but the fact that she actually told someone else, period, is a huge red flag. I'm just like picturing that conversation. Oh my God, they seem so happy. They seem so perfect for each other. Oh yeah, no, like I'm paying him to date her. Like how does that even come up in conversation with someone? And then everybody else probably knows about it too, and you're the only one that doesn't know. Like that's so gross. Why on earth would she tell your friend about this? Perhaps your other friend kept it to himself so he didn't hurt you, but this girl, useless at best and a biatch at worst. And about your long string of heartbreaks and red flags, many of us are on the same boat. Yes, I agree. That is very, very true. I just sort of feel like every person I've dated up until Mike was a walking red flag and broke my heart. It's just the way it is until you find your person, you know? You're lucky if you end up in a relationship where you're still friends after you break up. Most relationships that aren't meant to work out do end badly. It's not you. You just haven't met the right person yet. Let yourself be unhealthy, self-indulgent for a week or two, then pick yourself up, get to work, and become hotter than ever. Oh, I love this. You know what this is an excuse to do? Level up.
Scott earned the power of self-respect.
You don't even want to be with someone unless they love you more than you love yourself. That's when I truly feel like you are ready for a relationship. That was the turning point for me. Like either you treat me with respect or I don't even want to be in the same room as you. Like I'm not interested. I love being alone. I really do. I loved it. I loved being single and alone and never having to worry about someone else. And I wasn't willing to date someone until I met someone who added something to my life and made it better than what it was before. Stay strong and stay petty. Very good advice, and I agree with them. All right, so now we're gonna get to the update. My ex went to jail. Oh, so remember when I posted about how my ex-boyfriend was getting paid by my best friend to date me? Buckle up because this just took a hard left into this can't be real life territory. Jake, the ex who pretended to love me for money, is now in jail. Like actual jail. Orange jumpsuit, mugshot. I could not make this up if I tried. Here's how it went down. A couple of days after everything blew up, I was still deep in my heartbreak and don't trust anyone era when a mutual friend, bless her nosy heart, sent me a link to a local police blotter report. There it was. Jake's name, his face, a local man arrested for fraud and identity theft. In relation to you, like he was doing this to someone else? Apparently, Jake didn't just fake a relationship. He's been living a double life. The man had multiple aliases, fake accounts, and get this, was scamming women online. Sorry, this is someone that your friend thought would be good to date you. And I'm not talking about basic factors. He was posing as different guys, building relationships with women, and then asking them for help with rent, cars, classic scam. I mean, I just want to say it. It takes a special kind of person to accept like your friend is trash or awful. He's the one for accepting it. Turns out, my relationship has it covered. While dating me, he's a dream boyfriend. He was running all the outside scams behind the scenes. And get this, he searched his stuff and found screenshots and notes about me. Like a literal script, talking points. Ask about her dad here. Bring up her favorite coffee order. Oh, no wonder he knew exactly how to treat you. He was getting fed the lines. It's like I was a freaking role he was playing. The worst part, M still tried to defend him. She messaged me saying, this isn't the guy I knew. He must have changed. Girl, he didn't change. You just didn't know him. Or worse, you just didn't care. So yeah, Jake is in jail. There's an ongoing investigation and apparently more women are coming forward. I've already been contacted by someone who thinks they were also being played by him while we were together. I'm honestly numb at this point. I understand that this story would make you feel like you can't trust anybody and like you're valid for feeling that way. Frankly, you should walk around assuming that potential relationships have to earn you. They have to earn your trust. Do not automatically trust anyone. I'm doing better now. I cut off M, blocked everyone who tried to gaslight me about it, and I'm currently in my wine and self-respect era. Period, queen. To anyone who's going through something similar, trust your gut. If something feels off, it probably is. And if your friend is saying they're helping you in weird ways, ask questions. Anyways, thanks for the support on the first post. You guys made me feel way less alone. If anything else wild happens, I'll probably be back. So here's an interesting addition, more info that OP responded to. Just out of curiosity, how much was your friend paying him? Was it by the hour? I'm sorry this happened to you. I'm glad you're safe and away from this pair. OP responds, that's a good question. So she said to me $300 a week, and then went to go on how he could get a bonus if he made me smile. I posted him on Insta, etc., which is wild to me. Oh, goodness, this is so twisted. Ew. How did she have all that money if she and her family wealthy? Or did she just realize he was scamming her also? That is a very good question. Who has that kind of money to like burn? So you were dating him for 6 months. That's a lot. As I said, you probably feel like you can't trust anyone right now, but I can't tell you that most friends are not like this. Like, this is not normal. You just happen to be in a very crappy situation. You are the first person to be betrayed by a best friend. I will tell you. But not let it taint your ideas of friendship. There are real, genuine friendships out there, and I have every faith that you'll find them. Especially now that you're contact my best friend and suing her. I, 34 female, and my best friend, 34 female, let's call her Carrie, have known each other since we met at college when we were 16 in 2007. I'll give you a small bit of backstory. Over the years, I've had a really good job, which paid well, and a very supportive family who are not loaded, but live well. My parents always taught us to work hard. I was a bit of a pushover and a loser. I had social issues. I was a no back for lack of better words. Can't relate. Carrie always had to work more than a few hours a week, claimed benefits, and her family were a lot worse off, so money was always limited. I paid for everything, from clothes, holidays, you name it. I feel like when it's this kind of dynamic in a friendship, it's just ripe for people to take advantage. Especially if you spot a friend every now and then, if you're a generous person, if you like to like give gifts and stuff like that. At this point, she's just treating you like a bank account.
Money, please. Money. My money.
She's a princess. I remember once her dad lost his job and she lost her crap. Called her dad selfish and how angry she was. I was 16 and even I thought that he had to support the family and it wasn't his fault. It was a horrible situation, but according to her, it was a conspiracy. We lost contact for a few years when I dated a guy she went to school with. Turns out she liked him, but he dated me and another friend of hers, stating he found her annoying and hard to deal with.
Interesting.
She hated the fact that I was with him, so I stopped all contact, but she never told me this until much later on, and she introduced us.
And what are you mad about?
Eventually, we broke up, but there were no issues and no reason to biatch. Then she instantly got back in contact, but got annoyed when I wouldn't or moan about him. She kept saying things like,
It will take me a while to trust you again, but we will get there over time.
and that turned into,
It took me years to trust you again.
trust you. She introduced you. I never thought much of it, but I look back now and think, trust me over what? You ended the friendship, but I let it go as I don't like conflict, and she confessed. At the time of reconnecting, she was pregnant, not married, this is relevant. Her boyfriend was an absolute a-hole, and he was not a nice person. I continued to help them out financially, pay for meals, she is a very, very controlling person, even though I'm not a fan of him. I'm sorry for him. He's not allowed to ride a motorbike unless she says so. He does absolutely everything, working 60 hours a week, cleaning the house and cooking, while she literally does nothing. She's a princess. Still, I continue to help with money and give expensive gifts. She would do things like go out for meals, and not include me, saying, well, you're not a mom and you would be bored. Half the time, she didn't take her kids. It did make me feel left out and hurt, but again, I let it go. Okay, so she's literally treating you like a bank account and also not treating you like a friend at the same time. Just paying for all this stuff, I just feel like it does more harm than good. You want to get into a position where you want to help like the people around you, but I feel like it ends up making people resent you because they realize that without you, they wouldn't have much.
My sugar mama.
As time went on, I started dating my now husband, who I knew from childhood. He also has a well-paid job. He owns a photography. Eventually, we had our own baby. He was for some reason annoyed when I had my daughter. She called them the quote abandoned children, even though they were born in wedlock. Carrie didn't attend my wedding. She told me she was in the hospital. I learned the next day she actually went to the fun fair and didn't go to my wedding. My partner was not a fan of Carrie. He saw her for what she was very quickly and said he didn't mind the gifts, but that he felt she was just using. I mean, yeah, like after a while, it's like you're basically paying this person to be your friend, but she isn't even being your friend. He didn't like the way she spoke to me, etc. I wasn't sure. It's a girl I knew since we were young and I wanted to see the best in her. Around 2019, Carrie began to plan her wedding. She asked me to advise me. I said yes. I helped her plan. One day, she handed me a list. The list had things from makeup to hair, limos, decorator bills, 14 bridesmaids' dresses, shoes, and accessories. Did she just give you an invoice? It had a fair bit on it, and it was pricey. I was confused. I spoke to another bridesmaid wondering what it was about, and she told me that Carrie said I was paying for all these bills so she could have her dream wedding, and how I could afford it, and to me, money was nothing. She literally just sent me an invoice. The fact that she didn't even ask you and just assumed. See, this is what I'm saying is that, like, she became complacent. You're her personal piggy bank. I was shocked. I had previously said I would give her 100 quid and do her photos as a wedding gift, and it was up to her what she did with this. I immediately spoke to Carrie and told her straight up I was not paying this £60 bill. My own wedding never came close to this, and due to buying a house and investments into my husband's business, I couldn't do it. I mean, regardless, even if you had the money and you weren't having all of these expenses, that is a really ridiculous thing to ask. Like, no, I'm not paying for your wedding. Well, she just cut all contact off with me. I figured she was having a assault and left it at that. No, because once she realized that the one reason she was friends with me was not there anymore, she doesn't really see the point in being your friend, babe. About a week later, I get a message from her partner. Now, he's genuinely an a-hole, but tends to not get involved until he's had enough of her bully and nasty behavior. So he clearly reached his limit, but instead of telling her to shut the F up, he exploded it. He basically said, Carrie loved you, treated you like a sister for years, has allowed you to do things with her. Allowed you to do things with her.
I've allowed you to buy me things and be around me. The audacity of you not wanting to pay for my wedding.
And this is how you treat her, by refusing to help her out in her time of need. She didn't even ask you. She literally sent you an invoice and assumed that you would pay for it. I told her partner I wasn't willing to argue about it and that I was happy to attend the wedding, and I didn't see why I needed to fund it, and how they can afford things they can't have them. Long story short, I was told by both of them that I was not welcome at the wedding. I respected this, and I was at the time willing to send them a wedding gift. I don't even know why you This is so entitled. About a week before, I got 2 phone calls from one of the flower shops and the other from the limo company asking for the and how I had still been put down to pay. Wow. So she still put you down on the bill and expected you to, even though you're like literally not even friends anymore. You're not going to the wedding. I told them via email and phone, it's not going to happen. I forwarded the emails to her as well, so she knew, as I hoped it was a mistake. It wasn't. I got a lot of grief. A lot of the bridal party saying I was selfish and how I was ruining her day. Like, are they just not fully aware of the situation? I'm so confused as to how you're the selfish one here. At no point did you agree to it for her to be like, oh, you're taking it away from me. You literally weren't even asked. At this point, I wrote a message to Carrie, explaining how I was sad that she allowed money to end a friendship. And now I saw that she never cared about me, but the money, and how I was even more hurt that rather than talk to me herself, she got other people to try to bully me, which in the past, if I'm being honest, I would have given in on. But my partner helped me grow back on and told me to stand up for myself more. This is the point I saw I was really just a piggy bank. I was again told I was not welcome at the wedding, and neither was my family. At this point, I withdrew my offer of the photos and the wedding gift. I mean, I can't do photos if we're not welcome, can we? I should also add that when this started, she had 15 bridesmaids. By the time she got married, only 3 remained. That says a lot. Let me guess, maybe she tried to get her other bridesmaids to pick up the bill. She bullied and pushed everyone away. I mean, that's definitely satisfying. Like, I'm sad that, you know, like friendships ended, but at the same time, it must be vindicating to know that you weren't the only one.
There are dozens of us. Dozens!
Okay, so we get to the wedding day. I passed on a message via a friend for a good day and best wishes. My friend said she would judge the mood before she gave the message. My friend then called me and she said, Carrie is livid that you and your partner are not here. You agreed to do the photos and she's jumping mad you're not here. She told you not to be.
Record a
What
video
part of
with
you're not
each
welcome
of
at the
them
wedding
and
did
upload
like
them
did
to
she
YouTube.
still think that you were gonna show up and do the photos?
Yep, that's exactly what happened.
I reminded by her that I was told that her and her partner and my children were not invited. What's more is Carrie, the bridal party and groom's party, had no flowers or transport as they thought I would eventually pay. Even though I told them both I wasn't. Both companies said payment had not been given, so services were canceled. Turns out they ended up getting taxis, which they also tried to bill me for. As it was my fault, and they had no limos, so I needed to pay up. What is wrong with this group of people? What kind of person expects anyone else to pay for their wedding? Not going to lie, I felt bad.
Why?
It's her wedding day, she deserved to be happy. But at the same time, I was annoyed, and I'm getting all this abuse when it's not my job to fund her life. I turned my phone off and let it go for the day. A few days later, I contacted her and tried to talk it out. Why?
Stop it. Get some help.
She's being absolutely cray-cray. She still refused and her husband messaged me saying I ruined their day. No, they ruined their own day. How all their pictures were ruined and how he looked like he had been punched in the gut in his photos. He looked miserable as sin. And how if I offer a gift, I shouldn't backtrack. But you were told not to be there. I reminded him that he was the one who told me to keep me and my family away. He then went,
I clearly didn't mean the photos.
I mean, he really should have thought of that before he talked to you like that. Like,
We now only have phone-taking ones.
yes, consequences of your actions. They should have thought of that before they uninvited you from the wedding for not paying for it. They also sought legal advice to try and sue me for emotional stress and damages. It immediately got shut down as they were told the messages were bullying and harassment. At this point, my partner, who I asked not to get involved, got involved. He's Scottish, and they generally just say, it is what it is, and don't care. So he let it rip and told them that for years, they have financially abused me, that I'm still waiting on the $5,000 loan I gave them, and how he was not happy that anyone treated me like this. Okay, so you sued her for a $5,000 loan, I'm guessing. 5,000 pounds. So that's like 10 grand. Well, then ended all contact. It was for the best. We also at the time agreed to just let the money go. In our eyes, it wasn't worth the hassle when we were done. I learned later on that Carrie was always jealous of my family, money that I earned through my hard work, and that I always got the attention of boys. See,
Wait, it's
it
not
built
even-
resentment over time.
He'll always be right.
I
Feel like being the person that foots the bill is you being generous, but in the end, it only builds resentment. Because it's like anytime they get something nice, they associate that with you. So they expect you to pay for things, but they also hate you for paying for things. She also told someone a few years ago she only kept me around towards work.
Your friends make your enemies closer.
That's disgusting. She claimed my family money should be shared. Absolutely not. Share it with someone who hates you. If you do well in life or you have a privilege in life, I feel that you should share it with people. But keep in mind, if you share too much, people start to it's my parents' money, not mine. I have zero rights to it. And the money I have is my husband's. I was really hurt by this, but also very mad. I was done. I literally went through every bank statement, unlocked, and money met every penny she borrowed, be it for clothes, meals out, bills, etc. I logged in. If I gave her money, I didn't include this. Okay, good. A gift is a gift. But if she said that she wanted to borrow money, that's different. I then went to my cousin, who's a solicitor, and I sued her for all the funds she owed me. In total, over the years, she borrowed 15,000 pounds. So it wasn't a small amount. I also had text messages and emails promising to pay me back and agreeing to payment plans that were not kept. Needless to say, she was mad. Like, livid. Eventually, the judge ruled and said even if it was a text or email, it was an agreement that she had to pay it back. She paid me 10 pounds a week. She's attempted to go bankrupt a few times, but it had been refused. Some people agree with what I did, others think I took it too far. I think that we should all know when you lend money to people, there's a very high chance that you're never gonna receive it back. Especially if it's something where they keep coming to you for money. But if you are lending money to a friend or giving money to a friend, I think the basic expectation is that they treat you with kindness because you helped them. If they stop treating you like a friend, I'm sorry, but this is petty. Like, you suing her is petty.
She deserves it.
That's a big check. Like, that is a large amount of money. Would she be able to pay it? Probably not. But she needs to learn that you can't use people, and there are consequences for it. So am I the a-hole for suing my former friend? I mean, it's petty, don't get me wrong. Not a lot of people would go to that extent. If you have the money to do it and you're willing to put up with the time, then whatever. She needs to learn. And she treated you terribly. I do have to say that I understand you're a doormat. A lot of people listening and watching, we've been doormats. But after a certain point, it doesn't have to get to this point where you have to sue people. You have to stick up for yourself, and like, when you have that voice in your head kind of telling you, like, I already have a lot and they're not treating me well, the minute that you get a whiff of like, them not treating you well or excluding you or anything, I'm not trying to victim blame you, but at the same time, you have to like have enough of a backbone to know like you need to cut people off at a certain point. So there's an update / a little bit of an edit, more context. I come from a big family where my dad, let's say, wasn't the greatest toward women. He was old school. He thought women belonged in the kitchen, have no reason to moan, etc. So I spent my life I relocated when I was 16 to an area where I knew no one but my family. So I got in a group of friends, and then Carrie joined later. I suppose I just didn't want to be alone anymore. I can understand that. It's difficult to be in a position where you want friendship so badly that you're willing to go over and above, and you think that by being generous in this way, that's how you'll have friends. But it's not a true friendship. The friendship did more or less end after she insulted my children. Eventually I apologized and we talked, but things never went back to how they were. I'm not so much a people pleaser, but I want the drama hassle, or I'm over all BS in my life. I avoid conflict and issues due to always having boring parents growing up. I understand this a lot, and I understand like wanting to avoid conflict, but life is conflict. Life is about not drama. I don't want to in my life. I feel like letting things fester just makes it worse. You have to get better at handling conflict. It doesn't have to be conflict also. You can't let people are like financially using you because you don't like conflict. I live around 9 hours from her. I haven't seen her in years. I suppose I just don't value her because I don't need money, and to be honest, I don't care if she suffers. I don't think two innocent children should suffer because she's a mother. I get it. You did take it to the point of like, this is gonna take years. At the same time, consequences of your actions. Not the a-hole. Carrie needs to pay back every penny she borrowed, so I'm suing her. I'm sure you didn't want to pay for all those things all those years. The friendship should have ended when she referred to your children as I'm amazed at how much you put up with from her. I also agree with this. I understand that this isn't a black and white situation. You were conditioned to kind of be a doormat, but at the same time, like, it's a pretty hurtful thing to say about you and your children. The money should have ended right there. If she wanted to apologize for what she said and you could continue the friendship, try to at least, I would have never given her another dollar. So are you pursuing your best friend and cutting off all contact? No, she was a bully. Stop feeling bad for your bully. Subscribe. I called off the wedding because it was cheap. I, 31 female, struggle with my fiance, 32 male, frugalness, and not sure if I want to marry him anymore after a 3-year relationship. Throwaway, as my fiance follows my regular account. I met my fiance 3 years ago. He came out of an extended marriage just 2 years into me. One of his ex's things was financial. She let him dry. Maybe I expect to away or break it. Okay. Designer shoes, clothes, big house, cars, Caribbean trips, you name it. She also took him to the cleaners in the course. However, my fiance is very well off. He makes far over 6 figures, almost 7. On top of that, he inherited $2 million from his grandfather, and his parents gifted him and his siblings a few cool millions. So yes, the financial was bad, but he did not suffer financially. He has more money than he will ever need. So last year, I moved into his house. so many windows, it's crazy. I didn't want to pay for this anymore. I told him I needed a fund to furnish the house. He blew up at me. That I was just with him for his money. Furnishing the house is basic necessities. Okay? It would be one thing if you were like demanding purses, jewelry, trips, but like asking for basic necessities for his house is not a reach. Like that's not, you're not asking a lot. The fact is, if we break up, I have nothing. The house isn't mine. If I spend all my savings on his house, I will be left with absolutely nothing. He wants a prenup, and I'm fine with that, but I can't help but feel used. My question is like, are you paying rent? Like, how is this living situation? Like, what's going on? Next to that, I'm jealous of his ex-wife. I feel like she got treated and I am neglected. He proposed to his ex on a cruise with a $10,000 white gold diamond ring. I got the rhodium-plated Swarovski stuff that might cost like
You're cheap.
The proposal was at a picnic in the park I organized, paid for groceries, and slaved in the kitchen for it. I almost said no out of pure disappointment. Oh, hell no, buddy. Like, listen, I can understand he feels some type of way because of how his ex treated him, but like, that doesn't mean that all people
Why
are
do
like
you
that.
want-
He could be
Mama,
acting
why
out
do
of
you
like a
want
I
me
need to
to
protect
tell
myself
you?
kind of thing. At the same time, if you want a partner, there's not that many people that are willing to take the bare minimum. After a while, it feels sort of like you're the one giving the most in the relationship. However, I'm afraid to bring it up and be called a gold digger for wanting basic necessities and a ring that costs more than $100. I don't want to be funding a millionaire's lifestyle. He loves everything as long as I pay for it. As soon as he has to pay for it, it's frivolous and unnecessary. This sounds like he's keeping you on a tight leash.
How you feeling?
I can live like a poor person by myself. At least the fact that there are literal millions lying around doesn't hang over me to bum me out. And I would just be paying for my own lifestyle. Yeah, that resentment will build up for sure, dude. Would I be the a-hole for calling off a wedding purely for financial reasons? Because I love this man, but I imagine our cheap wedding in contrast to his ex, her extravaganza. Will our future kids be able to have some luxury if I pay for it? If I ever became a stay-at-home mom, will I have to beg to put the heating on? You're breaking up with him over money. I feel like at this point he's kind of financially involved. It's one thing if you're a luxurious lifestyle and all the bells and whistles, but you're just asking for basic necessities. Furthermore, he's also unsure. I think it's more than expecting him to also be great and to treat you. So she answered some questions. His family and friends told me separate stories Here's from the ex-wife is not. Not only did it come me she was way more careful than I was, stealing heirloom jewelry of his grandma after he was widowed, pretending to be gifted in her things even though everyone does. Okay, so she was horrible and like understandably, he's going to have a hard time trusting people, okay? But you can't be bringing baggage from your previous relationship into your new one. I don't know, man. I feel like this is a hill I would be willing to die on because nobody wants to be the only person contributing to a relationship for basic things that you need. I'm not trying to force a lifestyle on him where he was previously happy. He told me prior to moving in that he left his house like this. He was took that and he wanted to he just wanted to start. His house is paid off thanks to his granddad. He isn't actually spending much. The house is very well isolated, solar panels. It's weird to see how cheap being rich really is. I'm not asking for IKEA all the way. I have refurbished second-hand furniture myself. And actually, I prefer my jealousy over the ex and her lifestyle. Let me explain. A $10,000 ring is insane and stupid to me. want that because I fear losing it every day. However, it almost feels like for her,
not
he did
working.
put in the effort, wanted to give her what made her happy,
does he
put
do
effort
it?
and thought into
I
it.
don't
With me, it
understand.
almost feels like he wants to prove how little he can give me. I just feel like he kind of has
Honey.
created this perception in his head that all women are gold diggers.
Well, back with another one, eh?
And in order to protect himself, he's choosing to not give you anything. But the thing is that there are women out there. Actually, I wouldn't even say the majority, but like, I think most of us expect some contribution.
Go. No doubt, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt.
Especially when your significant other, he got money, okay? He got money. He talked about how he would see the wedding, and it is cheaper than my actually financially struggling cousin, her wedding. I can't help but feel that he wants to demonstrate how cheap he can treat me. And I already feel embarrassed about the family that would be, and I feel like the discount wife.
$1.99. I've got $7.99. I've got $16.99. Cheap.
I don't like to say it, but it feels like he gets off on it to some extent. We're almost talking washing paper plates at this moment. Oh, absolutely not. No. Not the washing paper plates. Yes, I did discuss selling the mansion I really don't need and move into a more modest house, especially knowing this is the house his ex picked. He doesn't
Oh
want to
my
do
gosh,
that.
stop.
He loves this house. But I feel really intimidated living in a house I could never afford. And with so many large windows, sheesh. It's almost like he's treating you how he wants to be able to treat his ex. At that point, do you just like not like her? Like genuinely, like what does he do for you,
Where
babe?
is that?
What is he doing?
What is that? I don't even have that.
Doesn't sound like much. I haven't talked to him yet, but pause on the marriage and counseling is a must. I'm already
I
looking
want
for IC
counting.
because I realize I might
Why did
indeed
it
be too
count
much of
it?
a people pleaser, allowing him to control me with the ghost of his ex. I'm also going separate for a while. I'm looking to rent something for a few months so I can get some space. So this first comment is exactly what you should say to him. I know that you're afraid of being labeled a gold digger, but this is a boundary and it's an expectation, and it's not too high of an expectation, okay? You get what you think you deserve. And sometimes you have to ask for it. I don't like that you have to ask for it in the first place. That should be like pretty self-explanatory. But here's what you say to him. I understand that you've had some trauma in your past, and I'm really sorry that you went through that. But I can't allow you to mistreat me because of it. Bingo! It burns me up inside that you gave her everything, but I have to ask for the bare minimum. I deserve to feel cherished by my partner as I have cherished you. Your trauma is not your fault. The things that you've went through in life is not your fault. You are, however, responsible for how that trauma makes you treat other people. Other people that have not caused you trauma don't deserve this treatment. You, my friend, are responsible for how you treat others. Okay, we do have an update. We got a couple updates, bestie. Ooh. Well, Reddit, you changed my life. Thank you so much for all your ideas and insights. Honestly, I don't think I would have had the courage to do what I did without you guys. I went to therapy, took the day off just to get my racing mind to calm down. Therapy has confirmed the things you guys suspected. I am a people pleaser. I wanted to save him, and I've internalized the idea that any effort and every penny I want him to spend on me
can't
makes
change
me
her.
a gold digger. I will have weekly sessions to work on me. I realized I would never have taken this treatment from my exes, even though I made more than them. The idea that I had to prove myself worthy to be a millionaire and not be in it for the money got to my head pretty early.
Mr. Krabs, I am so confused.
I called one of his siblings I'm pretty close with and told her everything. She was not surprised, but just sad about how unhappy he was making me. She told me from the day we started, he had this idea that I was out of his league. He struggled to understand why I wanted to be with him, and he probably just thought it must be my money. Okay, but like, if that's the case, and if that's the kind of partner you want, if this guy wants someone that's out of his league, he's gotta step up, be in her league, okay? Step up and be in that league. Don't take out your frustration on her and assume that she's a bad person. She told me she already talked to him in the past to treat me better. She was furious about the proposal. This information confused me a little. discussed any of this before, but she thought it was none of her business. She also explained how she and her husband organize their finances. He doesn't have as much as her. I took the opportunity to pack a bag. I haven't found a place yet, but I'm going to stay with my parents. I made up my mind that I will at least want 6 months apart to get myself in order. I made sure my stuff was in the car because honestly, I had no idea how to make a decision. At this point, you have to be ready to stand on business. This sounds like a deal breaker to me. In any relationship, you want to feel like the love that is poured into it is mutual. You don't want to ever feel like you're the only one who's in a relationship. You're just going to resent that person over time. And if you already feel like that and you're not even married, so on to the most difficult part. I waited for him to come. It was pretty late, but I didn't want to sleep another night on this. Pretending I was fine while I was contemplating all this. I'd written down what I wanted to say. I've never been so scared before. I didn't want to hurt him, and I didn't know how he would react. This is advice from here. I opened up that I was moving out and that I wanted to pause our engagement. He was quiet and sat down. I told him he really hurt me by calling me a gold digger, and that I'm done walking on eggshells and feeling guilty for just wanting basic things. I told him I was unhappy and felt neglected. I also told him that after 3 years of me showing him he still doesn't think I'm there for him. He was quiet. He didn't say anything. I'm really glad that you did this before you got married. And, you know, I actually have a friend that recently broke up with her 20-year-long relationship. This man that she was seeing also was previously divorced, also got rinsed from the divorce, but as a result, he refused to marry her. She was the kindest woman, a very supportive partner, was very generous, and for 20 years, he refused to marry her because he didn't want to give her that satisfaction and to have his money, whatever was left of his money, taken away. And eventually she got tired of it and left. But it took her 20 years. That's a long time. So he was quiet, he didn't say anything. I told him the constant comparing to his ex was unhealthy and unfair. Punishing him for his sins was. I told him comparing her to me was comparing myself to her. I started to feel like she was mostly ungrateful. He would do nice things for her, but it was never enough. The thing is, I the pleasure of picking up the girl. Absolutely not. Okay, guess what? Now he's the gold digger. That's what's up. He has now. I told him he was not ready for marriage. That part. Because how is it that you think this is okay to bring into a relationship with someone completely different that has never done anything to you? It just means that you're too damaged to actually treat people with respect. Figure it out. Go to therapy.
Well, I gotta go to therapy now.
I said I dreaded having kids with him and living like this. I didn't trust he would take care of me if I would be a stay-at-home mom. And at that point, I just wanted to say either. I was getting pretty angry saying all of this out loud, losing my composure and stress a little bit. He remained quiet with almost no emotion on his face. I was quiet when he came out, so I decided I would just leave. Oh. Only when I got up to go, he said, please don't go. He went long it off. He wanted to go to the I told him I wanted out of his house. I didn't want to live in his ex's palace of sadness. I wanted him to go to therapy, and especially financial therapy. I told him I would go to couples counseling if he went into IC. He begged me not to do the separation, but honestly, I really wanted it. I just told him to think about it, and I left him. He was finally showing me some emotions. He sent me a very long text somewhere in the AM. He was a wreck and couldn't sleep. He made all kinds of promises. He would go into therapy, sell his house, buy a smaller one, and make sure I'm taking care of whatever happens. He situations, it kind of feels like you either have to give an ultimatum. Let me give you some business advice, okay? I got a little business advice for you. I'm a businesswoman. I do contracts. In a contract, when you're engaging in a possible business transaction, possible business relationship, you get to a point in the negotiations where you won't get what you want unless you are willing to walk away from the You have to be willing to literally say, me the wrong way. This is the thing. This is why I feel that he thinks that any woman that demands like basic necessities, maybe he just thinks that all women are gold diggers and that's how you treat them. Like it seems like he doesn't understand that there is a gray area there. Not every woman that wants to be provided for and cherished wants your money.
No need to worry about me.
It shows me that he still thought money was what's happening here. I deducted the couch I left and transferred everything else. For no contact. He took contact of it and I feel free at the moment. I feel guilty for me. Don't ever you need. Takes one to know. And the cold house caused it to flare up. Even after that, he'd rather be miserable than what? $100 extra at the end of the year. The last thing I heard is that he put the Palace of Sadness on the market. I've seen the ad, so I'm happy he's going through with that. I've heard from his promises so far, but I need to see real change, and even then, I don't really know. I'm building my own life by myself, thinking about getting a puppy. Ooh, yes.
Everyone in this room and then myself.
If I give him another shot, it has to all start from scratch. I want to start dating again and to take it slow. Therapy is a really good idea. I now know I was just bringing this on myself as a people pleaser. The disease to please. It really is because in the end, we are the ones that are hurting ourselves. And we shouldn't feel bad about, expecting kindness from people, especially the people that we're supposed to spend the rest of our lives with. I wanted this man to be so happy, I forgot about myself. Never again. You gotta be willing to walk away from any situation that doesn't serve you. Remember that. Update. 3 months after the original post. Thank you for everyone reaching out to me. I've closed on a lot of friends. I got a puppy. After being in a home where I was truly loved, my parents realized how sad, cold, and alone I had been. Over time, I went blind over a lot of things. Blind to a comfortable home temperature. Comfortable with thinking about every penny spent. Feeling guilty for buying a dress I wanted for so long that was finally on sale. Feeling entitled for wanting date nights. Being treated. Sometimes. If somebody is not adding something to your life, it doesn't even have to be financially. Let's get that straight. I'm not talking about someone buying you something. Something as small as like getting you flowers just because. Making you dinner. Or like getting a little picnic together and going to the beach and having a little date. Okay? These things do not have to be expensive. But when you feel like you're the only one that's giving any effort, that's not a relationship. That's like a parasite that's feeding on you. I started to think about what makes me happy. I love to travel, dress up, and go to a nice restaurant. Throw dinner parties, entertain people, think about Christmas gifts 6 months in advance. Have a cozy house and That's not a bad ending. I think that you have finally stood up for yourself. You have broken out of the role of people pleaser, and you're choosing yourself. I know it feels weird. It does. You feel guilty. You feel bad about choosing yourself over others. But I think in this case, you needed to. I'm proud. So we did get an update in the comments where she says that she's dating someone new. People say never settle because there's better out there for you. I never believed it. Honestly, I was ready to be a crazy dog lady for the rest of my life. I was enjoying being single. My friends urged me to start dating just to get the hang of it. He was my third date. I went against my will and I was not 100% into it, but when I saw him in real life, oh, sparks flew like never before. I actually just got goosebumps. My legs are prickly. I'm in my 30s, so you would have thought, experienced it all, but this, he's everything my ex was not. He's kind and caring, cooks me dinner, gets flustered but is grateful for the gifts he gets. He treats me to dinners, will not even allow me to go Dutch on it. Buys me gifts. He's not as wealthy as my ex, but makes a good living. His income is comparable to mine, but he treats me like a queen. And that's period. Between me and you and all the Redditors that dig this deep in the comments, the love making is insane. So please take away from this, never settle. Trust the process, babe. Oh, we're trusting this. And I love that for you. Subscribe! Hey everybody, welcome back. Keith's fiance's called off the wedding in 10 seconds or less. Am I the idiot for calling off the wedding after changing my mind about taking my fiance's last name? Who likes the ownership? This community is my absolute favorite, so I thought this would be the best place to share my story. They are getting married this summer in August. I'm so With that being said, he didn't want to compromise. Okay, remember what I said? Like he's just more of like a traditional guy. There's nothing wrong with that. You're gonna stay at home with the kids now. No, that's something that absolutely has to be. I brought up all the solutions like hyphenated names or names. Comments I started to wonder what our future will look like. Will we ever comment on it? What will happen if there's agreements regarding children? I'll be honest, I've been with this guy for 3 years and we never had a big argument, so I'm actually kind of glad we had one before getting married. Marrying this man again. His apology was sincere, and I appreciated that he would at least try to go low contact with his mom because what she did was crazy. But his dad apparently got super pissed at his ex-wife for yelling at me when she beat away from him. My fiance's dad is a super cool guy, very laid back. He really likes me and he treats me like a daughter he's never had. He also had a lot of beef with his ex-wife. I don't know all the details, but the divorce was messy. He was mad at his ex-wife and son, and he told me something I never thought I would hear. His dad called a few hours ago. He told me he's disappointed in what his son said to me, and he wishes he raised him differently to be a better man. Now, he also told me he's been keeping a secret. He doesn't tell me. Apparently, I don't know what's going to happen, guys. Yes, but I genuinely don't know. A year and a half ago, my fiance met up with his high school sweetheart to catch up. I was told they didn't do anything physical, but my fiance was. Yep, that'll do it. After the call with his dad, I asked my fiance. He said he wanted to see what she was up to since high school, so we went out for coffee. He said that some of his old feelings for her came back. She was his first serious girlfriend, and he did something stupid that caused her to leave. He expressed to his dad, and his dad I was hurt. I asked my fiance why he kept this from me. He said he knew I would leave him because of it. Yeah. And he didn't want that to happen. I told my fiance I won't marry him. I consider this emotional cheating, so on top of no wedding, he now has no fiance. I honestly don't care that this was over a year ago. I won't tolerate it. It's kind of like making me look back on the whole last name thing in a different light. He's emotionally cheating on you and then pushing you around and telling you that, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I truly hope he finds someone. He isn't a terrible guy, definitely has things to work on, but I wish him well. It just work out together. Also, if Charlotte sees this, I want to say hi and thank you for creating this community. Oh, you're welcome, my baby. It has helped me a lot to get through this. Everyone is so kind and helpful, and I think I see a bright future ahead for me. I think at the end of the day, you and your ex-fiance had differing values, and it wasn't just about the last name. I think his traditional values might have been hinting at maybe an older way of thinking, and it's not wrong to think like that, but things have also changed, and I think it's important to have similar values to someone that you're marrying. Okay, well, this person said this. The misogyny. He literally tried to downplay the importance of your father's name and then sent his mom to coerce you into abiding by her selfish wishes. This marriage should be a partnership. He clearly doesn't care whether you're happy, just that you fulfill his desires. Come on, babe, not the a-hole. And I think, like, the fact that he was just so quick to even question your marriage when he meets up with his old girlfriend, I feel like he would have cheated in the future. I feel like it's a sign that he also has traditional values and that maybe he thinks cheating is okay. I don't know. I'm just like spitballing. There's a lot of things wrong with that traditional way of thinking. So, are you the a-hole for calling off the wedding after you're changing your mind about taking your fiance's last name? I think it had to be done. Kind of sounds like it wasn't meant to be, and that's okay. Not the a-hole. So, onto a very related kind of note. We have another one. Am I the a-hole for telling my fiance to cut contact with his ex-wife, or we're done? I, 27 female, have been with my partner for 5 years. For context, he was divorced when we got together, and early on, I noticed red flags regarding his communication with his ex-wife. I won't go into too much detail, but some examples include withholding information about their conversations, planning coffee meetups without telling me, and calling me crazy for being concerned. The word crazy is such a gaslight. Like, it's just like,
Oh, you're crazy. You're crazy.
you question your reality, you know what I mean? You're like, am I going crazy? That's your intuition, babes. Why he gotta hide it? It Sorry. I just feel like I don't into it. The fact that he just like keeps saying these things right before he knows that you're about to go do something like very important to you. And he does not like how something might happen. He's so selfish that he's only concerned with himself. Even in the smallest thing, edit, just wanted to show you that. So are you the a-hole for telling your fiance to cut contact with his ex-wife or we're done? No. You good. God, I feel kind of cruel sometimes, but I feel like sometimes we need a little tough love. You know what I mean? God, one day I feel like someone's gonna come out of the woodwork. You are wrong, Charlotte. You ruined my life. I'm sorry. Keep in mind, guys, not a therapist. You guys do whatever you think is right. And by the way, therapists don't tell you like what to do. They just tell you how to manage your emotions and do what's best for you. Think of your bestie that wants the best for you. That's like an objective that's not involved, you know? Just based on what you've chosen to share, I feel like both these OPs, you should. Am I the a-hole for calling off my wedding after I found out my fiance was still seeing his ex without telling me? No mas, okay? Sounds like this is a major issue. I, female 28, recently called off my wedding to my fiance, Chris, male 30, and I'm wondering if I'm being Chris and I have been together for 3 years. We've always had a strong relationship. We were getting along perfectly, and everything was set for our wedding for 3 years. Then I found out something that made me question everything. For a while, I've been feeling like Chris was a bit distant. Working longer hours, texting back and forth, he seemed less interested in spending time with me. I didn't want to overthink it, but it felt like something was wrong. I didn't know if it was just the stress from the wedding planning or if I was just it's kind of interesting how you can almost feel it when, I don't know about you guys, but like every time that I'm like angry or something, I can actually almost feel be explained.
Speaking to you from beyond the grave.
One evening, I had the feeling that something wasn't right. So I asked him if there was anything he needed to tell me. He assured me everything was fine, but I didn't believe it. I was feeling paranoid that I had one group No, I shouldn't have, but I had. What I found was what to do next. Now, Chris is devastated. Instead of overreacting, just an innocent friendship, and I'm being insecure. Then why did you hide it, Chris? His friends and some of my family are saying I should have talked to him instead of solutions. I mean, he also hid it when you confronted him. He still lied and hid it from you. He either cheated or he was planning to cheat. They think I should have forgiven him and moved past it. But now I just can't get over the fact that he was hiding this from me, especially leading up to our wedding. She was maybe the one that kind of got away, and he wanted to see if there was Update. I called him today and we talked some things over, and I decided to give him a second chance as long as he blocks his ex and stops having contact with her. Just to clarify, there is no child involved, so he has no reason to contact her. We decided to postpone the wedding so we can get back on track and get our relationship better. He truly seems sorry, and this is the guy I've always imagined marrying, so I hope that everyone makes the mistake that I would make when I dated him. Give someone a second chance. Do it. Like, absolutely do it. Someone that you thought you were going to spend your whole life with. You know, there are some people would. Okay, there are. Now, you are entirely certain. It's okay. Don't feel stupid. It's all good. I'm both upset and I feel betrayed that I was being I'm also just confused. She changed her number to have maybe she wouldn't have even, like, been honest with you. He can have her. Go take her to that. It is for 3 or 4 days. He's officially his ex. 3 or 4 days. You're not that badass. I'll be on my own, and I will remain like this for a while. I'm ready. Thank you for all the love and support. I'm ready for this chapter of my life. I'm so happy for you. Like, genuinely so happy. This is the best thing that could have happened. Because it means you were this. You had a right to feel the way you feel. He proposes to the girl he told you not to worry about. You are not the a-hole. Subscribe. Hey everybody, welcome back. This is marriage in 10 seconds or less. That's not hormonal. I'll show you hormonal. I'm leaving my husband because I found out he has been making fun of me behind my back to his ex.
Not somebody.
I see what's going on here. No, I actually don't. I don't know what's happening. Oh man. My husband, male 35, and I, female 36, met about 6 years ago. We've been married for 1 year. When we met, I was very fit and
Red? Hi, my. You okay? Oh, yay, we're starting here. Is it a golden tube? Dang. You made it dripped. Yes, you need to put it straight. That was so funny. You alright? Remember, do not touch it. horrible picture. Did we? We already look at everything? That is so ugly and cute. It's kind of weird looking. What? You need help. I already tried to go up. How did you manage? I can't even get... Oh, it's... Not again! Red, we said no ducks. Stop playing with him. I know. But I can't even jump on it. Yeah. Mate, you fell. I couldn't catch it. No, there's another one. It's you need to well, it's right there. It's up. It's right. No, you missed it, mine. No, you missed it. It's right there. Right there. Yep. Yep. Can you? Ah! Stop jumping on me, you stupid. What is he doing? But I just want to put it on. But I'm gonna hit him. I'm trying. Over there. Oh my goodness. It smells like horses in here. Yeah, sometime when they put like poop on the grass to make it grow. Yes! They do that on our grass. I found him! No, but he can jump on the car. Money? No? Yeah, kill him. Duh. Is that a brain with sunglasses? That is what kids need. Okay, nothing else. I think we got everything. What the fuck? What? Ah! I get health? dragging these nuts. How did the door just broke on me? You can just push it. Good job, Red. Ah, my. This is the best time of my life. Whoops! There's a crown behind the door. Not the baby. No, not the head. No, I'm talking about my other game. I'm streaming it. What do you mean, wrap it up? You don't want me to play my game? What the heck? Is Red dead? Okay. Is it 5 million or no? I don't know. 5, 300, 621. Why is it not working? Oh, fuck me. Oh, shit.
Athletic. I started gaining weight, however, after suffering 2 miscarriages. Oh, I'm sorry. And the loss of my mother to cancer. Oh, dang. Ooh, I don't like where this has begun or where it's headed. I was very depressed and barely got out of bed, if not to go to work. I stopped exercising and instead started eating junk food. I gained 40 pounds in 2 years, from 2019 to 2020. Under this time, my husband, then fiance, was very supportive and loving. I felt guilty and tried to give him an out several times, but instead he proposed and we got married last summer. Since our marriage, I have been feeling much better. It showed. I have lost around 20 pounds so far, and I gained back my muscles and abs. He was so happy to see me get better. On his computer, however, it was a totally different story. He was talking almost our entire relationship to his ex about me. No, but like, why are they even talking to begin with? Like, do they have kids? Like, why you gotta talk to your ex? Ain't no reason to talk to your ex unless it's a reason that, unless he wants to cheat. I'm like cordial with my exes, but like, I think out of respect for my new relationship, I genuinely don't see the point of maintaining a relationship. Like, you know, unless we're in business together or, you know, we had kids, I don't like, I understand people who are healthy with their exes, and, you know, it's a good thing to be, like, you know, on good terms with your ex. I feel like that's kind of a green flag. But the fact that she tried to get back with him says a lot. My husband was complaining about everything about me. My job, my depression, my cooking, but mostly about my weight. He was telling her how disgusting I was to him. How he even found it hard to share the same bed since I snored like a dog. Interesting that he was being so supportive to your face, but then secretly harbored this resentment toward you. He sent her pictures of me while sleeping, sometimes in underwear with comments about my belly. Absolutely not. Double chin, back boobs, etc. She found these pictures very amusing, and she came up with the name White Whale. Wow. I just realized my shirt is backwards. Sorry, it's bothering me. It's itchy, okay? I'm itchy. And we're back. Small break there, guys. Sorry about that. They both found it hilarious, and this is what they referred to me as. I mean, it's definitely got a sting to even read that about you, but the fact that he's like kikiing about it with his ex, bombastic side eye. They don't flirt exactly or talk about being together or starting an affair, but they do say that they miss each other and they reminisce about the time that they were married. She's more flirtatious and he really enjoys it. I feel like he's just kind of said whatever he's telling her is what I've experienced. I don't expect that to help me love me all the time. We have great and passionate communication. And the way he touches me is so great. He must show me real affection and respect for God. I don't want to think that he like sustain this in my words. Also want to I don't know. Sounds like a lie. He's an ex. Liar! He's lying. I don't know why. He's lying to one of us. I'm not sure how he knows that he's lying to and why. I decided to get out of this marriage and leave this thing. Right now, I'm acting like everything's normal, but I have started looking for a new job and I'm ready. You should also do that thing where you like call your stuff out and then read all the pages of like sex highlights, the really good ones, the real juicy ones. All the time you like do a white whale, highlight that. Maybe even add a whale sticker, and that way the only thing left is those pictures. I've also started with birth control pills in case something happens between us, and I've talked to a lawyer to prepare the divorce and start the process once I'm gone. One thing I'm not going to do is fall back into depression and weight gain. I will not allow it, period, girl. I always love it when you break up with someone and you have the most amazing glow up.
And give you
A princess.
It's like the ultimate revenge, honestly. What a waste of love he has been. Oh, I'm sorry, that sucks. Okay, we have an update. I've now left my husband and served him the papers. White whale, out. I'm feeling happy. Good. That's how you know it's the right decision. So happy for the first time in weeks, and I wanted to share that with you since many of you supported me and requested an update. And I thought it would be the decent thing to do. So here goes nothing.
let's go for it.
I didn't pry or spy on my husband. I used his MacBook to do some work, and he had forgotten to log out from Facebook and Messenger. He has never given me any reason to spy on him. After I found out, however, I would occasionally check his phone, maybe hoping that it was all a bad joke. He continued complaining anyhow, and now he was telling her I was being distant and cold, and he was tired of me. I'm sure you're pretty tired of him too. He even lied and told her I was gaining more weight even though I'm not. He told her we weren't giggity-gooing. I avoided him because he couldn't find it under the rolls of fat.
WTF?
A joke she highly appreciated. Oh, brother. I didn't spy after that. I got confirmation I needed. In the meantime, he acted like the worried husband with me, concerned about me asking and if I was going through a new depression. He told me he loved me and that he was there for me. Oh God, this makes me have trust issues, honestly, because like it makes you wonder if like, you know, he's your husband. So it's not like when you rely on people for support and you're honest with people, it makes you wonder if like people are actually being supportive or if they're going to use it against you in the future. It makes it hard to trust people. with someone who hurt him. Like, he was entertaining some sort of friendship or weird, twisted, like, emotional cheating relationship with, like, a woman who screwed him over. Like, she left him for another man and then came back to him, and he doesn't have the self-respect to tell her to piss off.
Grow up, Lemon.
How are you not embarrassed? Okay, so even this first comment. What a moron. Ex leaves him for someone else and he throws what he has now away to make the ex giggle. Thankfully, OP got on the computer that day and found out what was really going on. He wasn't even like sneaky about it. He didn't bother to delete anything. It's just like sloppy too. Yep, destroying the new relationship is what brings joy to exes. What a stupid clown. I hope his now ex-wife finds someone who treats her right. And you know he told the previous ex-wife and she was like, oh, damn it. Well, this has been fun. Bye.
Bye.
Seriously, because at that point it's kind of like, you want what you can't have, and as soon as you have it, like she clearly wants what she can't have, right? His ex-wife left him for a man that turns out doesn't want her. She's chasing a man that is now married that doesn't seem to want her but is willing to entertain her. I think the fun of it for her is gone. Yeah, so I actually know someone who, she broke up with a boyfriend like a long time ago. She came across messages on his computer written in another language to his friends where he talked about her in a way that was like, why are you even with this person? I think he called her a thorn in his side. She used Google Translate to find out what he was saying. And I think that was the beginning of the end for them. And like, he actually had the audacity to like complain that she invaded his privacy. That's how you know. That's how you know. The gaslighting.
You liar!
Let's not talk about the privacy invasion, okay? Let's talk about your behavior. Ugh, I'm very happy for her. And she sounds like she's gonna be super hot entering the dating pool again, so good luck. Make him cry. Moving on. I am leaving my wife tomorrow, and I couldn't be happier. I, 45 male, and my wife, 44 female, have been married for 10 years. We dated for 6 years. Something in my gut said that this wasn't right. I called it cold feet and did my best to ignore it. We got married. Pretty much the moment the ink was dry on our marriage license, things went south. On our honeymoon, she did nothing but complain I hadn't booked a nicer hotel. In the following months, she wanted a new apartment, a new car, gifts, jewelry, handbags. It was never enough. Ooh, I hope you got a prenup, babe. It's like the moment she got the ring, it stopped being about me and it became about what I could give her. I'm a doctor. I make good money. Not enough to support the kind of lifestyle she wants, though. We don't giggity anymore. We don't laugh. We don't talk about anything but money.
What? Do we have to? Why is it so complicated? Yeah, but you can just put it in. Put it in. Wait. Okay. Yeah, I know. Oops. Where's red? Oh, okay. He's getting sucked out. Red? Red, don't move! Don't move! There you go. Holy moly, how deep does it go? Holy moly, woman, how much deeper can I go? What the heck? Ah! That dummy alien. He's gonna one-shot me. Look at it. He does a lot of damage. Never mind. Where is he? He disappeared. Wait, what? Ah! Not again. How you doing? You come here often? Ah! Shit, Ma, you scared me. Why you freaking... Where is he? He disappeared? The Reaper's here. Ah!